Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Vortex and Ignis facing off today on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Vortex holds a massive 153-35 advantage in their head-to-head history, but we know Ignis actually took their last encounter on this same map. It will be interesting to see if that confidence carries through this series. He's just on another level right now, moving into a perfect 3-0 lead. He's comfortably leaning into that top 3 ranking on the ladder. Absolute control from the ramp, putting him in a deep hole early on. Things have definitely looked rougher for him lately, especially with that 7:29 run today. He's just unstoppable, securing another rapid kill to keep this momentum going. The gap in their ratings is really starting to show. What a scramble. He nearly lost his lead there, but manages to claw out a win in a brutal firefight. He looks far more confident than he did during those recent struggles. He just keeps on rolling, cleaning out the ramp to move to a 7-0 lead. He's putting on a masterclass, essentially erasing any hope for the underdog. That was a cautious approach from both sides, but he still comes out on top to reach 8 straight. He's taking total control after that rough start to his day. We'll take a quick time out here, but stay tuned as we return to Mapas shortly. And we are back in action on Mapas, with Vortex leading the series 8-0. Vortex is simply undeniable right now, securing his 9th straight win. The difference in their form lately is just staggering. A perfect 10 for the leader, who just looks completely untouchable right now. It's a steep climb back for the number 25 seed. A long standoff here, but he manages to secure the kill before we head into the break. It's a massive contrast to the recent form we've seen. Vortex enters the break with a perfect 12-0 lead, and honestly, this is exactly the one-sided beat we anticipated. He is just capitalizing on every single mistake Ignis makes. Ignis needs a spark here. Finally, Ignis finds some footing and manages to trade out on the ramp. A much-needed response to keep this series from being a complete wash. He's not going down without a fight, picking up another quick win to keep himself in the game. Another effortless win for Ignis, who's now holding a huge amount of speed going into this final stretch. He's on fire, a perfect shot to keep that streak alive at 4. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure of this collapse. What a statement! Vortex shuts the door with one final shot to seal the series. Ignis put up a decent fight at the end, but he's just not the answer for the top seed right now. Welcome to the stream. Phantom and Ignis are facing off on fast aim, with the top seed looking to dominate once again. Phantom holds a huge historical edge with an 88% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It makes sense given how deep the gap is between them on our rating scale. I wonder if Ignis can find a way to shake things up today. Phantom is putting on a clinic right now, 2-0. He's certainly putting his #1 rank on display. Ignis is playing with some real confidence here, managing to catch Phantom while he was pushed up on the ramp. Phantom pulls further ahead, extending that lead to 3-1. Ignis claws back around, bringing it to 3-2. He's definitely shaking off some of that rust from his earlier losses. Phantom really likes that ramp, using the height to keep the pressure on as we head toward the midpoint of the match. Phantom barely maintains his lead at 4-3. This is a huge shift for a player coming off a tough 7-29 day. Ignis is fighting an uphill battle considering his tough run of form lately. Well, seeing as he's only won 20% of his last 10 matches, it's clear he's struggling to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. He'll need a huge response if he wants to avoid another one-sided result. He's showing some great resolve here, narrowing the gap to just 2 rounds. He's certainly not playing like a long shot right now. Phantom is starting to pull away, leading 7-4. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, everything here is playing out exactly how the analysts predicted. He's simply outclassing Ignis, who has been struggling quite a bit in his recent matches. Time to swap sides. Phantom is just ruthless, extending it to 9-4. His ranking difference is starting to feel very real right now. Unbelievable! He barely claws out a victory, taking the fight to the ramp and surviving with a sliver of health. The gap in quality between these two is glaring. Phantom is just cruising now, sitting comfortably at 10-5. A nice little bit of resistance for the rank 25 player. Phantom is just way too fast for him. These exchanges are ending in a flash. He looks far more composed than he did in his match against Vortex. He strikes again from the ramp, putting himself just one round away from victory. The top seed is really asserting his authority in this series. A huge stop there for Ignis, delaying the inevitable just a bit longer. He found a gap in the defense just when we needed it. Another fast reaction from Ignis, keeping his momentum high while facing the edge of defeat. Purely instinctive plays keeping the pressure on right now. Absolutely effortless. Phantom shuts it down right here to secure the win. Just completely in control from start to finish, and that head-to-head dominance continues for the top seed. Welcome everyone to the arena. Vortex and Phantom are facing off now to see who takes the win. Phantom enters this duel with a strong 61% career win rate against Vortex. It's clear he has the upper hand in this specific matchup. It'll be interesting to see if the skill gap continues to show as we move deeper into the first half. He's simply too fast, grabbing another one from the box to keep the streak alive. The current world #1 is putting on a show. He answers back with a rapid exchange from the ramp to pull the score back to 1-3. He needs to maintain this level of play to keep pace. Another clean frame for the underdog, continuing his climb from the deficit. His confidence is definitely shaking after those 2 rapid fire losses. Completely untouchable, he's erased the deficit and has the momentum firmly on his side. The underdog is making a huge statement with this comeback. We'll be right back with more action from the arena after a very quick break. And we are back live in the arena with things deadlocked at 3-all. That was a scrap, but Phantom manages to come out on top to even things up. He's playing exactly like the top seed on the ladder. Phantom edges ahead, currently leading 5-4. The world #1 is really asserting his dominance here. Phantom shuts him down off the ramp to put the pressure back on. Looking a bit different from that last series they had. A gritty exchange here, but he outlasts his opponent to keep the comeback alive. Vortex is proving he can trade blows with the favorite. Absolute perfection from Vortex to force a deadlock as we approach the mid-game break. A huge reset right here as we head toward the break. Vortex holds a narrow 7-6 lead as we switch sides. I mean, the favorite is playing exactly as we expected today. Both players are trading blows, but he's managed to hold a slight edge through the first 12. Fresh start for both players. Vortex refuses to back down, quickly dropping him right off that ramp. That's a huge pair of rounds to start this half. Vortex is tightening his grip with an 8-7 lead. The #1 rated player in the league is starting to push back. He really knows how to keep fighting, securing another close encounter to widen the gap. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite now. Phantom reacts quickly to catch him out of position on the Tetris. Just a glimpse of why he sits at the top of the ladder. Phantom makes a quick read on the high ground to bring things right back to a tie. His recent form has been solid across the board. He continues to show a ton of heart, digging deep to pull ahead by a single round. It's a complete reversal from the way their previous head-to-head played out. Phantom catches the timing just right and secures another one while perched up on the Tetris. It's a total deadlock as they enter the final stretch. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Phantom is barely giving Vortex any time to react. Phantom is simply outclassing him right now, moving a single round away from victory. His recent match history shows why he's the heavy favorite. Unbelievable. He closes the door on this series with a flawless finish to take the victory. Vortex really pushed him to the limit this time, but the top seed just found a way to close it out. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on red line today as Vortex and Ignis step up for a high-stakes duel. Vortex reacts quickly to shut that down from the ramp, starting the match with a strong opening. The rating gap is already starting to show. Vortex has an incredibly strong history here, having won over 80% of their head-to-head meetings. It's clear that dominance usually plays out in this matchup. Now we have to see if Ignis can actually maintain this early parity. Ignis really found a gap there, getting that sideline from the boxes to take control of the server. This is a huge shift from that 13-4 blowout we saw earlier. Vortex holds a slim lead, but Ignis is fighting back. It's been a rough day for the underdog, with only 7 wins so far. Vortex is really building some momentum right now, putting the pressure on as he denies Ignis the advantage on the ramp. He simply shuts everything down from the ramp to keep this heater going.
The gap between the two is definitely showing on the ladder.
Another effortless round for the favorite. As soon as the battle started, it was over. He's looking every bit the top seed right now. Absolutely crushing. He's just not letting up as he takes a commanding 5-round skid. He is certainly putting that top 3 ranking on display. Finally, a breakthrough for Ignis to put a halt to that slide. Vortex is just too strong from that ramp, really making it hard for Ignis to find any footing here. He's certainly making the most of that rating difference. Vortex takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. It's playing out exactly as expected. He's really capitalizing on that huge skill gap here. Ignis needs a Sparks right now. Ignis is having a nightmare of a day with only 7 wins over his last 35 attempts. It seems he's completely fallen off a cliff in recent form. I wonder if he can find any stability before this match wraps up. Vortex is just cruising along with a 10-5 lead. That's a second consecutive round for the underdog. That's 3 straight for him, and he looked completely untouchable in that exchange. He puts his opponent back in his place from the ramp. He's really showing the difference in quality between their positions on the ladder. Vortex simply cleans him off the Tetris, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. Exactly the kind of result we expected, given the gap between them. What a finish! He claws through the duel to secure the victory. Ignis put up a fight in the middle, but it's just another day at the office for the top seed. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We've got Phantom and Ignis facing off on orange, with the top-seeded Phantom looking strong today. Phantom enters this match with a dominant 124-17 head-to-head record against Ignis, and honestly, he's just playing a different game right now, while his opponent is fighting through an 8-round slide. It looks like the skill gap is simply too wide to overcome today. Ignis digs deep to keep Phantom at bay. The current world number 1 is clearly in control here. The pace of these opening rounds has been incredibly quick, and Phantom is definitely the one dictating the tempo. Unbelievable. Ignis claws back around after a brutal trade, barely surviving with a single point of health. Phantom's looking lethal with a commanding 4-2 lead. The top seed is making the most of his momentum. Ignis is closing the gap, trailing by just 1. He's definitely not playing like the 25th ranked guy right now. Ignis has had a rough day overall, going 7-29 in his last few matches. It's clear he's carrying a lot of frustration into this series. I wonder if he can actually flip the script and find a way to keep this close. He's simply too fast for him, picking up another win to extend that streak. What a fight, he almost went down with him, but Ignis barely scrapes through to keep this contest alive. That was a scramble for the ages. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and it's essentially playing out as expected. I mean, Ignis is punching above his weight right now, but the top seed is simply too steady. Fresh sides, let's get back to it. Phantom extends his lead to 8-5 right now. He really looks like the best player in the game right now. Absolute chaos on the map, but Ignis digs in and barely survives with 14 health. That's another narrow escape for him today. Phantom pushes the lead to 9-6 after that blast. Ignis is definitely feeling the weight of those recent losses today. Phantom is just relentless, moving ahead to 10-6. That's the same result we saw in their most recent clash on Fast Aim. Ignis is showing a lot of heart here, refusing to just let the match slip away. He's definitely fighting for survival against the top seed here. He's refusing to go away, picking up another round to keep the pressure high. The underdog is putting up a real fight tonight. The momentum is shifting back and forth now, and it's getting harder to tell who has the upper hand. Phantom halts that momentum completely and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. That was an effortless response from Ignis to keep the hope alive. Just a lightning fast clear for a quick recovery. A complete shutout there. He is refusing to just let the match end. The gap between them on the ladder is feeling much smaller now. And that's it. A perfect final shot seals the victory for Phantom. Ignis really pushed him to the limit today, especially with those wild low health escapes, but he just couldn't close it out. He'll be gutted after a fight like that. What a match! Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off today on Mappas to see who wins. Phantom holds a massive advantage on this map with a 70% win rate, and he's currently riding a huge wave of confidence after his recent series of wins. We'll see if that early lead is enough to snowball his control over the server. Phantom just shut that down quickly, catching Vortex right as he stepped off the ramp. He's looking every bit the number 1 seed right now. Phantom is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 3 rounds. Vortex has a rough time against him, as we saw in their last encounter. Vortex is fighting hard, but Phantom still leads 3-2. The number 3 seed is certainly making things interesting. Vortex is putting on a serious surge here, taking control from the ramp to even things up. The top seed is finally feeling some pressure here. Phantom keeps his narrow lead at 4-3. He's playing exactly like the top-rated guy in the world. Phantom is really asserting his authority here, mirroring that previous 13-9 result from their last match together, and honestly, it looks like he's comfortably navigating this duel. Vortex needs to find a way to break this momentum if he wants a chance at a comeback. A tenacious play from the ramp as he claws back another round. Vortex is refusing to just fade away. Vortex simply refuses to quit picking him off the ramp to tighten this game up. The confidence is shifting as the gap narrows. We head into the break with a 7-5 lead for Phantom. The oddsmakers had Vortex as the top pick here, but the number 1 seed is proving why he belongs at the top of the rankings. Time to shake things up. Phantom still in the driver's seat at 8-5. He's definitely playing with a lot of momentum today. Phantom is really pulling away now with a 9-5 cushion. He is completely flawless across all his series today. Unreal, he barely scraps through that encounter, managing to survive a total war of attrition. That was an absolute nail-biter for the challenger. Phantom's now commanding a huge 4-round lead. A perfect set of results for the top seed so far today. Vortex is really struggling to keep up with that pace. He's just not finding any answers for the top seed today. The gap in skill is becoming glaringly obvious. Vortex is refusing to let this slide, putting up a fight and slowing down the pace of the match. Vortex has really found a second wind, putting together a strong mini run to narrow this gap. Phantom is definitely feeling the heat now. What a lightning fast reaction that puts the pressure completely on the challenger. Vortex claws back another round, but Phantom remains just 1 step away from victory. He's keeping his composure and staying in this fight despite the pressure. Vortex is playing with a level of grit we didn't expect today. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Vortex really pushed him to the limit there, making him sweat for every single round. What a fight! Welcome to the Dunes. Let's see if Ignis can pull off an upset against the heavily favored Vortex today. Vortex holds a massive historical advantage here, having won over 80% of their matchups. That level of dominance is exactly why he looks so comfortable starting this set. It will be tough for Ignis to find a way back if he can't break that mental hold. Ignis has surged ahead with a 2-1 lead. He really needs these rounds after a rough 7:29 run today. Vortex puts an end to that quick run and takes control of the map from below. That's a tough spot for Ignis, who is sitting at rank 25 currently. Vortex regains the momentum with a narrow 3-2 lead. Vortex is simply too fast right now, extending his streak to 3 straight. His recent form is reflecting that struggle, with only 10% wins lately. What a fight! Ignis barely survives that exchange from the box, clinging to a tiny bit of health. Vortex has been leaning on his experience in this pairing, having won the vast majority of their matches over the years. He's simply too composed right now, and it's starting to look like another routine victory for the favorite. Vortex just barely nudges ahead to lead 5-4. He's really digging in today, despite that rank gap. And just like that, Ignis levels the playing field. An incredibly fast reset to a deadlock here. He is just completely on fire right now, taking another clean round to put himself in the driver's seat. We're all square at 6 apiece. I'm surprised to see it this close given the ranking gap. We'll see if the top 3 seed can finally distance himself from the pack in the second half. Sides are swapping, let's get into it. Vortex clinches the lead again, putting him up 7-6. Just a glimpse of a very dominant run he's had against this opponent lately. Vortex is pulling away now, extending that lead to 8-6. He's looking very sharp, coming off a victory against his opponent earlier today. What a scramble! Vortex barely walks away from that absolute war of attrition. He's simply outclassing everyone in this set right now. He just completely shuts things down, catching Ignis right off the box to extend the lead to 10-6. He secures another effortless victory from the box, continuing his relentless march forward. A 6-round tier for the favorite, and he's now just one step away from closing this set. A quick reaction from Ignis keeps the fight going with a clean win. He's fighting tooth and nail to stay in this map. Unbelievable. He claws out the victory from the wreckage, narrowly avoiding disaster in that brutal exchange. And that is it. Vortex finishes the job with a perfect final kill to take the victory. He really proved why he's sitting in the top 3, putting on a clinic once he found his rhythm in that second half. Welcome to the arena. We have Phantom taking on Ignis in a match where the top seed looks hard to beat. Phantom puts on the pressure early, quickly shutting down Ignis while he was holding that ramp. Ignis is playing with a lot of heart, managing to hold his ground while playing from the high point. Holy cow, that was a total scrap. Phantom barely walks away from that encounter alive. Ignis really needs a breakthrough after a rough 6-30 today. Deadlock now, with both players sitting at 2 apiece. It is certainly a surprising start given their historical head-to-head. Phantom is starting to pull away now, putting a stop to that brief momentum shift. Hard to ignore that massive skill gap on the ladder. Total stalemate at 3 each, we're back to square one. A real test of will for the number 26 ranked guy here. Phantom grabs the lead, edging ahead 4-3. He's been a nightmare for the other guy in their previous matchups. The momentum is swinging back and forth with neither player able to secure a consecutive round win yet. Ignis finally surges ahead to take a 5-4 lead. He's fighting an uphill battle given how one-sided their head-to-heads usually go. Absolutely effortless, he's completely taken over this stretch of the match. A real shocker for a player sitting at rank 26. Phantom secures a quick victory here, bringing the score to 5 apiece before the break. A quick answer there to keep things close. Ignis holds a surprising 7-5 lead heading into the switch. This is not how we expected the first 12 to go. The underdog is legitimately threatening a huge upset right now. Fresh start for both players now. Phantom claws back to 6-7, narrowing that gap. He has stayed clinical today with a perfect record so far. Ignis has a win rate of only 49% across his career. Considering he's typically a coin flip in any match, his ability to stay competitive here is really impressive. It'll be a huge confidence boost if he can maintain this pace. And we're back to an even split at 8. He's looking incredibly sharp right now, following a strong finish against Vortex. Ignis is really refusing to back down, keeping this a one-round game. A total reversal from how his other matches have gone today. We've reached a complete deadlock at 9 rounds each. The top seed is finally asserting some control here. Phantom takes a slim 1-round advantage over Ignis. He is making a habit of this, just as he did in their last encounter. Absolutely untouchable. He's now on a 3-round tier and looks completely in control. Ignis reacts fast and drops him off the box to stop the slide. He has been struggling to find any traction today. That was a nail-biter of a close call. Unbelievable that we're staring at a draw here. A flawless finish to a tough round, putting the favorite just one step away from victory. He really is playing like the higher seed right now. What a way to close it out. Phantom shuts the door on the match with an effortless finish. He really survived by the skin of his teeth a couple of times in there. Heartbreak for Ignis, who pushed the world #1 to the absolute limit. What a fight! Welcome to Italy. We have a great matchup today, as Vortex takes on the current favorite, Phantom. Phantom enters this series with a strong 5-0 record over the last day. It's a sharp contrast to how this first round started for him. He's clearly the one with the historical advantage here, so we'll see if he can regain his footing. Vortex is really rolling now with a 2-1 lead. His 59 run today is certainly giving him some confidence. These rounds are flying by lately. Vortex is simply quicker to the mark right now. It's tough for the top-ranked player to shake this off. Vortex holds a tight grip with a 3-2 advantage. He's definitely bringing that overall head-to-head dominance into this series. And just like that, Phantom fights back to 3-all. The top seed is showing why he's sitting at the peak of the ladder. A complete shutdown. That's a third consecutive victory for the favorite. He's really asserting himself as the best player in the league. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up another effortless victory to move to 5-3. He is simply in another gear right now, claiming another victory to keep the streak alive. He's just completely outclassing the opposition, extending his run to 6 straight. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on after that brutal exchange to keep his streak alive heading into the break. Phantom takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this completely flips the script, since most people expected Vortex to take the series today. That 7-round streak really put him in the driver's seat. Time for the switch. The historical win rate here tells the real story, with Phantom holding a commanding 63% across his career. It's a level of consistency that is allowing him to just shut the door on this series. Now it's a matter of if Vortex can find a way back. Phantom's just too strong, pushing ahead to a 9-6 lead. The world number 3 is starting to close the distance. Phantom is just refusing to let this match slip away, putting a huge dent in that mini comeback attempt. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle here as Phantom continues to distance himself. A completely effortless shot to put him on the verge of victory. That was barely a contest, just a quick snap to the head. A huge response from Vortex to keep his hopes alive. He's refusing to just hand over the victory. And there it is, a crisp final shot closes the door for Phantom. He really proved that the top seed is in a league of his own today. A dominant performance on Italy. Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Ignis facing off on orange, with the heavy favorite looking to stay on top. Vortex has a huge head-to-head advantage, having won over 80% of their matches against Ignis. It's interesting to see him starting slow, considering how consistently he usually takes this matchup. We'll see if that history starts to weigh on Ignis. Ignis is really cooking, holding a narrow 2-1 lead. He's usually far more commanding than this against a 26th ranked player. The pace is really picking up now. Those last few exchanges have been incredibly fast. Unreal, they both tore into each other, but he barely scrapes through with his life. He has struggled a lot today with that 630 record. Ignis is surging ahead with a commanding 4-2 lead. Ignis is really defying the ratings gap here. Vortex strikes back, bringing it to a tight 4-3. The number 3 ranked player is starting to assert himself. The momentum has completely shifted. We're deadlocked, but the pressure is definitely on Ignis now. Ignis just edges ahead, taking a narrow 5-4 lead. He's showing a lot more resilience than his recent form suggests. Vortex claws back to make it a total deadlock. It's almost a flip of a coin, considering their long-term map history. Ignis is putting up a huge fight here, showing he can trade blows with the top seed. It's quite a turnaround given he's coming off an 11-game losing streak. We head into the break tied at 6-6. Well, Ignis is really stepping up his game despite the massive rating gap between these two. Let's see if the favorite can regain control after the switch. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex takes the lead now at 7-6. He's certainly not forgetting that recent 13-8 result against him. Ignis fights back, and we're right back to a draw. That was a lightning fast trade of shots. Ignis is starting to build some serious momentum here, taking full control of the server. A really gutsy effort from the 26th seed to stay ahead. Neither side is budging. We're sitting at a dead heat, 8-8. He's definitely fighting through some tough recent form. Ignis pulls ahead again, taking a slim 9-8 lead. Neither player has managed a multi-round lead yet today. It's a complete toss-up now, as neither player can seem to find a way to pull away. Ignis holds a 1-point edge as we enter round 19. The number 3 seed is really feeling the pressure right now. And we are back on even ground at 10 apiece. Neither side is allowing the other to even breathe right now. Vortex is really starting to separate himself here, holding that ramp perfectly to shut things down. Vortex is finally starting to look like the higher seeded player. A completely clean shot to put him in a precarious spot, just one more for the victory. He's completely shut down any hope of a comeback. Boom. He closes the door with absolute authority to secure the win. Ignis honestly looked like he could pull off the miracle today, but he just couldn't close the gap. He'll be gutted. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. We've got Phantom and Ignis facing off, with Phantom entering the match as the heavy favorite. Phantom doesn't let him breathe, cutting Ignis down quickly as he tries to hold that ramp. The raw skill gap is evident from the opening engage. Phantom owns this rivalry with a massive 88% win rate against him in their head-to-head history. But that dominance is barely showing in these opening rounds. I wonder if Ignis has finally found a way to close this gap. Phantom simply isn't letting up, and he's definitely pushing the pace of this series right now. He's really putting that top seed ranking on display here. He's just completely take over the server, extending his lead to 4 rounds. He really seems to be mirroring that dominant performance from earlier today. A quick exchange of fire and he finds his footing to keep the deficit manageable. That response was quick. Huaxidi showing some fight now. Phantom's firmly in control with a comfortable 5-2 lead. He looks extremely sharp coming into this after those free street wins today. Phantom puts on a clinic from the ramp, really starting to pull away here. He's certainly making his ranking look accurate so far. He keeps the momentum going, taking the fight from the ramp to secure another win. Ignis is really feeling the weight of that 630 day. Ignis converts from the Tetris, finally halting the momentum. A tough spot for the 27th ranked man to climb out of. Ignis puts on a great show from the ramp, securing his second straight round. The top seed is suddenly looking vulnerable. We go into the break with Phantom leading 8-4. Well, the results here align perfectly with the rankings. The number 1 seed is simply doing what he does best against a struggling opponent. Time for a change of scenery. A high stakes scramble for that ramp and Ignis manages to come out on top in that exchange. He's finally breaking through that long slump. A complete shutdown on that attempt and he's now firmly in the match. The pressure is mounting for the top seed to find an answer. Phantom is currently on a 6-game win streak today, and it looks like his consistency is finally starting to override the small surge Ignis had going. The question is whether he can maintain this control as the match reaches its closing stages. He seals the deal from the ramp, quickly snapping back into total control. The number 1 seed is starting to look untouchable today. A completely effortless stop for Phantom, leaving him just 1 round away from victory. Everything about this server says the top seed belongs here. We'll be right back with more action from Redline after a very quick timeout. And we are back in the action on Redline, with Phantom leading Ignis 12-6. Ignis recovers quickly with a sharp shot to keep the fight going. Game over! He secures the final blow from the boxes to wrap this whole series up. He's just completely unstoppable today. Another one in the books for the top seed as he keeps this red hot run going. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got an exciting clash on fast aim between Vortex and the heavily favored Phantom. A clean start for the top seed, catching Vortex early from that ramp. He's coming into this one with a perfect 7-0 today. Phantom really has the psychological upper hand here, especially after that 13-7 victory in their previous head-to-head. It's showing in his confidence and the way he's controlling the pace. I wonder if Vortex can find an answer for that pressure. Phantom just blew through that defense, dropping him right off the ramp to extend the lead. The top seed is simply playing flawless right now. The absolute onslaught continues as he just cannot be slowed down. Exactly what we expected from the top seed today. He's just too fast, securing another win to hit a 6-0 lead. That's a lethal way to start a set, mirroring his recent form. He just keeps on rolling, picking another one off that ramp to reach 7 straight. The league's current top seed is looking absolutely unstoppable. Finally, a response from Vortex holding that ramp tight to secure his first round. A huge moment for the number 3 rated player right now. Vortex currently holds a 15-9 record over the last day, and honestly, that recent momentum might be why we're seeing this shift. He's proving that the gap in their rankings isn't an insurmountable wall. What a scramble! He secures another one from the ramp, and the momentum has shifted entirely. Hard to believe the world number 1 is slipping like this. Phantom shuts that down instantly, picking the opponent off the ramp before we head into the break. Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is completely disregarding the pre-match expectations right now. He's using that 68% map win rate to just steamroll through the first half. Vortex needs a huge spark here. Vortex manages to shut him down right on the ramp, keeping things interesting here. Exactly what we've seen from the world number 3 throughout the day. Phantom is still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. The top seed is definitely feeling the pressure now. He's simply too fast right now, securing another effortless victory to keep this run going. Phantom makes a quick play, knocking his opponent off the wine box to extend the gap. The world number 1 is firmly back in control. Phantom is just too sharp, picking him right off that toolbox to tighten the noose. He has truly held his ground across their 4,000 meetings. The momentum has swung back fully, and Phantom is now just one round away from victory. Vortex stays alive in this battle, out-dueling the favorite in a fast exchange on the ramp. Vortex is fighting the good fight against the odds. He's really digging in now, refusing to let the favorite close this out. His recent match against Zenith showed he can handle this kind of pressure. And that's it! Phantom shuts the door with a lightning-fast finish to claim the map. He really proved his dominance today, keeping that perfect record intact after a tough fight in the second half. Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex taking on Ignis today in the arena. Vortex enters this one as the heavy favorite. Vortex holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history with a win rate over 80%. It's a stark contrast to the struggles Ignis has faced lately. It will be interesting to see if the underdog can actually find a way to break that cycle today. Simply outclassing him, Vortex secures a perfect start with another flawless exchange. He's just not letting up, extending the gap to a full 4 rounds. He's just completely taking over this match, extending the gap to 5 straight. That's a rough spot to be in for the rank 27 player. Finally, Ignis manages to answer back and put a stop to that runaway start. Vortex has been in respectable form with a 15-9 record over the last day. That's creating a huge contrast against Ignis, who has struggled with a 5:30 run in that same time frame. It's making the climb back almost impossible for the lower. Ignis gets a great look from the ramp and manages to pull another one back. He's really trying to claw back after that close 10-13 loss. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that exchange with a tiny sliver of health. A huge mental shift for the lower ranked player. Vortex is comfortably in control at 8-3. He's really asserting that authority from the top of the ladder. Vortex leads 8-4 heading into the break. Well, it's basically playing out exactly how we thought it would. He's just fundamentally better than Ignis right now. Time for a fresh start. Vortex maintains a commanding 9-4 lead. He's showing why he's sitting so high in our rating. Ignis fights back to put the tally at 9-5. He is certainly fighting hard to flip the script from their last meeting. Vortex takes control of the engagement from the boost, putting himself just 3 rounds away from the win. His track record against this opponent is simply too strong. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Vortex is just reacting way quicker than Ignis right now. It's been a long day for the rank 27 seed. He shuts down the comeback attempt, putting himself just a single round away from victory. He's really found his second wind after that slight dip. Absolutely crushing it. He finishes the game with a huge statement, securing a 13-5 victory. It's just a different level of skill when you see those reflexes on display today. Welcome everyone, we're on Mapas for a duel between Phantom and Ignis. Phantom enters as the big favorite here. Phantom owns this rivalry with a massive historical win rate of 88%. It's clear why the ratings gap is so wide, but the underdog is already putting up a fight. We have to see if Ignis can maintain this early aggression. Ignis is absolutely dominating with a 2-round lead. That's quite the turnaround for a player on a 14-game slide. He is just outclassing the favorite right now, taking another round without breaking a sweat. He's simply on another level right now, sweeping the opening set. He is playing completely differently than in their last encounter. He keeps the pressure high, shutting things down from the ramp to move his lead to 5-0. Unbelievable! A 6-0 start for the underdog who just cannot be stopped. Total collapse from the top seed in this early phase. Finally, he manages to knock his opponent off the ramp to stop the onslaught. A quick adjustment from the world number 1. Phantom has looked completely untouchable throughout the day, going 8-0 in his other matches. And we're starting to see that elite consistency take over. The initial shock for the favorite has worn off, and now he's just beginning to exert his will. Ignis is cruising with a commanding 8-2 lead. He's completely rewritten the script from their previous outing today. A terrifying display of speed as he claims another, putting a huge gap between himself and the favorite. Ignis takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he is playing like a man possessed. For a player who had lost 14 straight matches, he is absolutely shocking the world number 1 right now. Time to see if it holds. What a scrap! He barely edges it out, surviving with almost nothing left in the tank. That was an absolute nail-biter, barely surviving with a sliver of health. Ignis is just ruthless, pushing his lead to 10-4. A total flip from the usual dynamics we see with these two. Phantom barely claws one back, trailing 10-5. A massive gap in rating between these two, yet it's still a fight. That was lightning fast. Ignis just snatched another one, putting himself on the verge of a victory. It is becoming a real back and forth battle now, with neither player able to put together a solid string of rounds. He's digging deep to close that gap, but Ignis is still comfortably ahead in this one. He's certainly starting to show why he holds the top spot. He's just not letting up, putting 3 more in the win column. The world number 1 is really starting to tighten his grip. A lightning fast reaction earns him a 4th straight, and the tide is turning rapidly. And he holds the momentum entirely, moving within a single round of victory. The underdogs are refusing to go quietly today. What a read! He secures another clean win to keep the dream alive. Still an uphill climb for the world number 1 here. Unbelievable! Ignis puts an end to it right here and seals the victory. He's finally broken that curse, handing the world number 1 a rare defeat in an absolute slugfest. What a game! Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Phantom are facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Phantom is coming in with a strong 8-1 record over the last day, and he's already showing that confidence in this opening exchange. It'll be tough for Vortex to shake that image after dropping their previous encounter to him as well. Phantom's really dominating now with a 2-round lead. The third highest player on the ladder is starting to push back. Everything is favoring the top seed right now. That was an incredibly clean sequence of movements from Phantom. Vortex is closing the gap to just 1 round. He's definitely feeling the heat from the top seed. Total deadlock now, both players sitting on free. Vortex is certainly playing like he wants to erase that previous loss. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, moving into a clear lead with 3 straight. Absolutely crushing it now. That's 4 straight for the local favorite. Hard to believe the favorite is falling this far behind. Vortex is simply untouchable right now, extending that streak to 5. Absolute chaos for the world's best player right now. And he answers back. Phantom manages to secure the exchange and finally breaks that momentum. He needs to find another gear to keep pace with the leader. He's staying composed and continues to fight back as we approach the break. A really tight finish to cap off the first half. We are all caught up at 6-6. It's been a wild ride so far. Vortex looked like he was taking over with that big 5-round run, but the top seed managed to claw back just in time. Fresh start for both of them. He's showing a lot of grit here, taking the lead again as soon as the sides switch. It looks like the initial expectations for this matchup are starting to hold true. Phantom responds instantly to bring us back to a draw. Neither player is letting the other breathe during this series. Vortex edges ahead by a single round. A solid 16-8 run today for the challenger. The streak is back on. He's just completely taken over the pace of this match. The higher seed is starting to look very vulnerable here. Phantom is showing some real toughness, refusing to let the lead slip further away. The experience of the veteran is starting to show in these tight exchanges. He's putting on a clinic right now, evening things up with a superb display of speed. That was a lightning fast response to get us back to a draw. He's just too fast right now, securing a 3rd consecutive point with an effortless shot. Vortex holds his ground, shutting down that momentum to bring the tally even. A truly intense battle between the two top players right now. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on. He's just a couple of rounds away from closing this out. What a statement from Phantom, who looks completely unfazed by the pressure as he levels the score. Unreal. A brutal scrap where both players were nearly out, but he barely claws his way to match point. A nerve-wracking end to that encounter, barely holding onto his health. What a result! Phantom closes out the series in a total blitz to secure the victory. He's just too consistent when the pressure mounts, and he keeps his cool to protect that top ranking. He really earned this one. What a fight! Welcome everyone, Vortex and Ignis are ready to face off on Dunes, though Vortex enters this match as the clear favorite. Vortex owns a staggering 82% win rate when facing Ignis in the past. It's clearly a huge mountain to climb for the underdog here. We just have to see if Ignis can translate this early lead into a real upset. Ignis is putting on a clinic with that 2-1 lead. A solid response for the third ranked player in the league. Vortex is really picking up speed now, just cleaning the floor with Ignis. Ignis holds a narrow 3-2 edge right now. A real battle of nerves for the rank 25 player. Ignis is just dominating, stretching the gap to 4-2. His latest 13-10 victory today gave him some confidence. The tide is shifting, Vortex just clawed back around and now we are completely deadlocked in the middle of the map. What a fight! Both of them were shredded in that exchange, but Ignis somehow digs deep to survive. Unreal, he's really dancing on the edge of defeat today. Ignis has managed just 6 wins across his last 35 matches today. It's a total reversal of fortune considering how poorly he's been performing. Now he's actually the one putting the pressure on. Let's see if he can keep this momentum going. Ignis is running away with this, leading 7-4. He's really turning things around after that rough 6:29 start today. Ignis is holding a surprising 8-4 lead heading into the break. Honestly, everything about this is unexpected given their history. We are looking at a potential upset if Ignis can keep his composure on the other side. Ignis is almost there, sitting comfortably at 9-4. The gap on the ladder is barely showing in this series. Vortex strikes back to bring it to 5-9. The top seed is finally showing some teeth. Ignis is simply refusing to let that lead slip away. An unexpected result given the huge disparity in their ratings. Ignis pushes his lead to 10-6. He's looking to bounce back quickly from that tight loss to Phantom. Vortex keeps fighting, trailing by 3 now. He's showing why he currently holds the number 3 spot. Vortex just tried to mount a comeback, but Ignis shut that door immediately. He really is fighting against the odds today. He just needs one more. Ignis is an absolute heartbeat away from finishing this. A quick, clean finish to secure that huge advantage. Absolutely stunning. He closes it out with an effortless final kill to secure the series. I can't believe what we just saw. To take down a top 3 player like that after such a rough run today is just incredible. Welcome to the show! We have Phantom and Ignis facing off on Italy. The favorite looks strong, but anything can happen. Phantom boasts an incredible 88% head-to-head win rate over Ignis. He really knows exactly how to dismantle this opponent. The big question is if Ignis can find a way to repeat his last victory in this pair. Simply untouchable right now. He secures a third straight point and looks completely in control. Ignis responds instantly with a crisp shot to hold the slide. He's showing a bit more resolve than the pre-match projection suggested. Phantom is just dominating this 4-1 series right now. The top seed is firmly asserting his authority here. Phantom's cruising along with a commanding 5-1 lead. Hard to ignore that the number 1 seed is in total sync. That was a scrap, but he manages to outlast his opponent and keep the streak alive. Another rapid-fire victory as he puts the pressure back on Ignis. He's simply not missing a beat, extending his lead to 8-1 with another perfect sequence. The number 1 seed is making this look like a warm-up. A swift response from Ignis put a stop to that momentum. He's fighting a tough hill to climb after a rough day on the server. Ignis is having a rough run today with 7 wins against 29 losses. It's impressive to see him clawing back right now. Despite that day-long struggle, this momentum could be the spark he needs to put on a real run. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the world rank 1 is simply playing his game. He's in a comfortable spot, though Ignis did show a bit of fight with that late 3-round run. Ignis keeps his hopes alive at 8-5. A high impact sequence from the challenger, despite a rough day overall. The comeback continues as he keeps his composure to make it 8-6. A really quick exchange there, and the gap is narrowing. What a battle! He shuts him down from the wine, but barely walks away from that encounter. A straightforward win for Phantom, who quickly puts a stop to that momentum. A reminder of why he sits at the top of the ladder. He's simply refusing to go away, securing another win to bring this set within a single round. Phantom pulls ahead again to claim a 10-8 lead. Both players are staying fresh throughout their long day of matches. Phantom is really pulling away here, putting his opponent in a very dangerous spot. He's really making his modern 1 status felt throughout this series. A fierce exchange, but he comes out on top and is now just 1 round away from victory. What a finish! He closes it out perfectly to secure the map. He really makes that top seed look effortless. Ignis put up a good fight, but he just couldn't find a way to close the gap. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for a great match between Vortex and Phantom where the favorite looks strong today. Phantom has an incredible record today, having won 10 of his 11 matches. It's a stark contrast to someone like Vortex, who has had a much rougher slide through the bracket. It'll be tough to see if the number 1 seed can keep this pace going. Vortex is really starting to push ahead now. He's fighting uphill despite being the top seed on the ladder. These two are trading blows and we've got a dead heat early on. He's certainly used to coming out on top in this specific rivalry. Phantom is really starting to put some pressure on, just cleaning the floor with him coming off that ramp. Absolute perfection from that side as he just keeps stacking these points. It's a familiar story for the world's top-rated player. Vortex answers back with a crisp headshot to close the gap. Looking at that H2H history, it's an absolute grind every time. We're locked at 4 apiece, complete deadlock. He is certainly playing like a man possessed today. He's just untouchable right now, taking control with a lightning-fast burst. The momentum has completely swung. He's just too fast, taking another one to push his lead. Phantom secures this one with ease, bringing the score to 6-5, heading into the final round of the half. A quick reset just in time for the break. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, he's simply playing his part as the favorite here. He looked sharp throughout the half and he's doing exactly what we expected he would do. Let's see if Phantom can answer. Vortex has a positive 15-9 record today, and it's really paying off as he manages to weather the storm against the top seed. If he can keep this momentum, we might be looking at a genuine upset. Vortex is just owning that ramp lately, completely shutting down any attempt to push forward. Hard to believe the top seed is this far behind right now. Vortex is running away with this, leading 9-6. Just another example of why he's the top dog on the ladder. A real battle for control of the ramp there, and Vortex just happens to be the one who comes out on top. Vortex seems to have the measure of the world's best player right now. Vortex is putting a stranglehold on things at 10-7. He's definitely trying to claw his way back into this. The speed of these encounters is just wild. Neither one is letting the other breathe for more than a few seconds. The top seed is really struggling to find an answer here. Phantom just snatched the lead back from the air, proving he can hold his own from the high ground. A strong 10-1 run today is making this look possible for him. Phantom continues his resurgence, effortlessly shutting that door to bring the score to 11-9. He is finally starting to look like the heavy favorite again. A fierce exchange of fire here, but Vortex manages to outlast him to hit match point. A huge hurdle to clear for someone sitting so low in the bracket. Unreal. He just clears the map with that final kill to shut everything down. He just completely denied the world number 1 on his home turf. That's a massive statement win to end the series. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone! We've got Vortex and Ignis facing off on Mappas, with the favorite looking to secure another big win today. Vortex has dominated this rivalry with a massive 158-36 lifetime record, but the current scoreline tells a different story. We're seeing an early shift in momentum given how poorly Ignis has fared across his other matches today. Ignis is suddenly on fire, leading 2-1. He's showing a lot of confidence despite that rough run of matches today. It is a dead heat right now, with both of these players trading rounds back and forth. A huge difference in rank, yet it's a toss-up here. Ignis now holds a 3-2 grip on this series. His current 7:29 run today makes this even more impressive. Vortex uses that height advantage on the ramp to secure a quick win and level things up. A tough battle for a player sitting at rank 24. Unbelievable. Vortex barely survives that chaos to move ahead 4-3. He's looking to bounce back after that 13-7 defeat earlier today. He's simply too fast right now, putting together another clean sequence to take total control. The sheer gap in their rankings is starting to show. Ignis answers back quickly, keeping the score tight. The lower rated player is definitely playing his heart out. Vortex has had an incredibly productive 16-9 run over the last day, and that momentum is clearly shifting this match in his favor. It looks like the top seed is finally starting to separate himself from the pack here. I wonder if Ignis has a response left. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we thought the match would start. He's firmly in the driver's seat despite Ignis trying to keep things competitive. Time to see if Ignis can dig deeper. Vortex edges ahead and now holds a slim 7-6 lead. A surprising turn of events considering the rating gap between them. What a fight! Vortex manages to clear Ignis off that ramp in a chaotic scramble. Another close call for him, barely scraping by with that last bit of health. Unreal, Vortex claws back from a precarious health pool to outduel Ignis from the ramp. That gap in their ratings is starting to feel like a mountain. He refuses to back down and just clawed back another one to keep this series alive. Pure grit from the underdog to keep his hopes alive. He's showing some serious resolve, putting on a display of precision to keep this game close. The pressure is definitely mounting for the favorite in this series. Vortex is pulling away now, leading by 2. It's a battle of wills for the underdog, who usually holds a higher map percentage here. Vortex is really starting to stack these rounds up, moving within striking distance of a win. He manages to secure another one, proving he's not going to fold quietly under the pressure. He's showing a surprising amount of grit today. A quick cleaner stop, and the momentum is swinging back toward the underdog. A quick response here to tighten the gap even further. He's just completely unstoppable right now, evening the score at 11-11 after a fierce exchange. Total reset of the board right as we enter the final stretch. Vortex takes the lead again and puts himself in a position to close this out. He is finally looking like the heavy favorite we expected at the start. What a result! He denies the victory and forces this series into overtime. He is refusing to let the rank difference define this encounter. Incredible result from Ignis, surviving a brutal scramble to take a 13-12 lead. Absolutely fearless play coming out of that garbage position. Another effortless get for Ignis, and the momentum has completely swung in his favor. It's a staggering shift from where we started this match. Vortex shuts the door on that run with a lightning-fast response. It's a huge psychological boost heading into this final stretch. What a heart-stopping finish. He clings to a tiny bit of health to claw his way back to a tie. This is playing out exactly like the recent clash on Dunes. He manages to shut down the charge from the ramp and moves to 15-14. It's becoming a really tough fight for the lower ranked player. And that is it. Vortex outlasts him in one final exchange to seal the victory. He really put his neck on the line for that one, barely surviving several times in the clutch to get over the finish line. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Phantom and Ignis facing off today, with Phantom entering as the clear favorite. Ignis really stepped up for that first opening, claiming a quick win from the window. Phantom has an overwhelming head-to-head record of 128-18 against his opponent. You can see the pressure building as he tries to shake off a slow start. It will be interesting to see if he can rely on that historical edge to turn this around. Ignis is dominating right now with a huge 3-1 lead. It's a complete reversal from what we've seen in their recent outings. Things are staying incredibly tight here, with neither player able to string together a long run of rounds. And we are completely locked up at 3 apiece. The 1 seed is finally starting to assert himself. He's completely taken over, claiming 3 straight to pull ahead. A tough day so far for Ignis, having dropped a lot of games. And now we're back to a dead heat after Ignis claimed a quick victory from the ramp. Phantom edges ahead again, now holding a slim lead. The top-ranked guy is starting to find his feet. Phantom is really starting to put the pressure on, securing another quick kill from the ramp. He just shuts him down from the ramp, securing another effortless win in this run. It's just not a great day for the number 24 seed. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. It's essentially a mirror of the pre-match projections. He looked sharp during that 4-round tier, and it's clear why he's sitting at the top of the rankings. Time for Ignis to dig deep. Phantom has managed a solid 10-2 record over the last day. But we're seeing a real struggle for momentum here after that recent loss to Vortex. It will be interesting to see if that dip in confidence allows Ignis to close this gap further. Phantom gets that timing just right from the ramp to put another frame in his column. He's showing why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Phantom is really starting to separate himself, using that ramp to secure another clean victory. Ignis manages to hold his ground, picking Phantom off the ramp to keep this game alive. That was a clean reaction to shut him down. Ignis looks determined, securing another win from the ramp to keep this comeback alive. The underdogs are certainly making their presence felt now. He's truly on a roll now, pulling within one of the lead with a 3rd straight win. A cautious approach here, but he eventually puts a stop to that momentum. The gap in their overall ratings is really showing now. He secures a huge win from the ramp to put himself 1 step away from victory. He's definitely regaining the confidence he lacked against Vortex earlier. Ignis finds his mark from the ramp to keep things interesting. A resilient performance from the lower seed so far. He keeps the pressure high and secures another win from the ramp. He's refusing to back down despite the odds. Absolutely pristine finish to secure the victory. Phantom closes it out right here. Ignis really pushed him to the limit, but that top seed just had too much in the tank. He really fought for every single round. What a fight! Welcome everyone! Vortex and Phantom are stepping onto orange for this duel, with Phantom entering as the favorite today. What a fight! Both players practically traded everything, but Phantom managed to scrape through with a tiny bit of health. Phantom has historically won 61% of their encounters. It's clear that those lifetime numbers are weighing heavily on Vortex right now. I'm curious to see if he can flip the script after taking their most recent series. He digs deep to secure another round, showing some real grit to stay in the fight. Phantom is still looking like the stronger player here. Phantom's just cruising along with a commanding 4-1 lead. He's definitely playing like the best player on the ladder. He's refusing to back down, securing a tough exchange to narrow the gap. He's showing he can definitely keep pace with the favorite. Phantom keeps the pressure on with a 5-2 cushion. He's really living up to that top seed ranking. Phantom is putting up a phenomenal performance, especially since he's already went 11-2 in the last 24 hours. It's a stark contrast to how the pace felt in their earlier meeting where Vortex managed to take the series. We're seeing a much more decisive side of the top seed today. Unreal! He claws back his health lead to walk away from that wreckage, proving he's not going down without a fight. He's completely turned the tide of this exchange. Phantom's just running away with this, leading 7-4. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure of facing the #1 seed. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break, and honestly, the underdog is playing exactly how you'd hope when you're chasing an upset. He has the momentum now, but Vortex is staying within striking distance. Phantom is widening the gap to 8-5 now. He's really showing why he holds that top spot on the ladder. He absorbs a fair amount of damage but manages to close it out, keeping the dream alive. He's refusing to let the game slip away. Phantom is now firmly in control at 9-6. Phantom has clearly capitalized on that better map percentage today. Phantom is practically untouchable, surging ahead to a 10-6 lead. The #1 seed is playing at a completely different level today. That was a blink and you missed it. Kill, leaving the opponent completely stunned. Absolutely crushing it now. He's just one round away from ending this series. The confidence is just radiating off him right now. A sharp reaction from the underdog to halt that momentum for a moment. He's definitely fighting for every single point now. And he strikes again. He's just refusing to go down quietly in this series. A huge swing in momentum as the underdog pushes back. Absolute precision. He just can't be stopped right now as he pushes the gap even closer. What an unbelievable surge. That's 4 straight for the underdog, putting him right back into the mix. And there it is. Phantom closes it out to secure the map victory. Vortex really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find that last bit of consistency to close the gap. What a battle! Welcome everyone to Italy. Today we have Vortex taking on Ignis in a match where the favorite looks very strong. Vortex holds a dominant 82% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a massive psychological edge for the higher rated player. We just have to see if Ignis can break that trend after taking the opening round. Vortex has fought back to lead 2-1. Ignis is really feeling the weight of that 630 day. He's simply outclassing the competition right now, taking another round without taking a scratch. We're seeing the difference between a top 4% player and the mid-pack. Another lightspeed reaction from him, pushing a 4-round skid for Ignis. A big response from Ignis, catching the other side from the Tetris to keep this close. A huge relief for him to finally get something on the board. Vortex is putting together a strong session with a 16-9 record today. Well, it's clear that the confidence from those recent wins is translating directly into his performance right now. He's simply not letting Ignis get any momentum back. Vortex is pulling away now, sitting comfortably at 6. He's fighting a tough stretch after that 11-13 defeat to Phantom. Ignis is showing real grit, managing to clear Vortex off the wine to keep this fight alive. We're seeing the underdog push back hard in this set. Vortex manages to clear the Tetris, shutting down that brief spark from Ignis. He's really asserting that rank 3 authority right now. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is going exactly as predicted so far. He's playing to his rank and should stay in control if he keeps this pace. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. That's a tidy piece of work by Ignis, keeping his cool through a long sequence to close the gap. He's proven he can hang with a top-tier talent today. Vortex keeps his narrow edge at 8-6. Looking at the historical data, he's usually a mountain to climb for this opponent. Another swift takedown for the underdog, who simply refuses to go away. That was an incredibly sharp reaction to take the round. Vortex regained some breathing room now, leading 9-7. His overall career win rate is just a hair over 50%. Vortex managed to secure the win again, effectively utilizing the high ground on the wine. His recent meeting with this opponent on Mapas went the same way. Ignis gets the better of him from the Tetris, refusing to let this match slip away. He's really fighting to prove the odds wrong today. Unbelievable. He survives on a mere sliver of health to keep this recovery going. Absolute nerves of steel to close that out. He's simply unstoppable right now, matching the score and riding a wave of momentum. Total parity now as we head into the final stretch. Vortex steps back in front, halting the opponent's charge. The ladder gap between them is usually a wall. He manages to hold his nerve and close things out here, leaving him just one victory away from the win. The pressure is clearly mounting for the challenger right now. Ignis manages to outlast him on the wine to keep the dream alive. The underdog is refusing to let this slide. He closes it out right here. Vortex secures the final kill to take the series. Ignis truly put him through the ringer today, nearly forcing a tie in a total nail-biter. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Phantom and Ignis facing off today, with the top seed looking very strong. Phantom is currently crushing this matchup with a 129-18 all-time record against Ignis. It's a massive gap in experience that usually translates to a very fast series. Now we just have to see if Ignis can actually put up a fight. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures his third straight victory. Quite a turnaround for someone coming off a 6-30 day. And he answers right back, showing some serious grit to get back into this game. He's definitely not letting those early rounds shake his confidence. Ignis just completely disregarded the high ground there, knocking Phantom right off that box. That was a lightning fast reaction from the trailing player to cut the lead to 2. A perfect flick there to bring the gap down to just a single round. The pressure is really starting to mount for the lower seed here. Ignis has an incredibly tough day so far with a 6-30 record over the last 24 hours. It makes this current lead even more impressive considering he's playing the absolute best player on our ladder. He's really defying the odds right now. He's completely taken over the pace of this match, moving to a commanding 7 rounds. It is simply wild to see a top-tier player falling apart like this. A clean look here as he finally puts a stop to the momentum. He's certainly looking to keep that 12-2 record going today. We head into the break with Ignis leading 7-5. Well, this is a complete shock given that Phantom usually controls nearly 90% of their head-to-head battles. The underdog is genuinely putting a huge dent in the favorite's armor. Time for a complete reset. Absolute precision there as he secures another round without taking a single hit. A very quick exchange to put the pressure back on. Ignis holds on to a 2-round advantage now. A huge result for him, especially since he was on a 4-game slide recently. Phantom completely ignores the height advantage and shuts him down off the box. The lead is still thin, but the tides are shifting. Unreal. He barely survives that chaotic exchange to bring the score level. He is finding a way to dig himself out of this hole. He's completely seized control now, moving into a clear 1-round lead. He's finally playing like the higher-ranked player in this duel. He is just unstoppable right now, taking a 4th straight for a commanding lead. The higher rank is finally exerting his will on the server. Absolute perfection. He's simply outclassing everything Ignis throws at him right now. And Ignis finds his footing again, winning the battle from the box. A crucial point of resistance to keep this series alive. Another point for Ignis, refusing to fade away as he closes the gap to just 1. The underdog is really finding his confidence in the clutch. He's nearly there. A walk down for Phantom to hit match point. That was an incredibly fast response to get back in the driver's seat. Incredible! He shuts the door on this match, securing the final point with a total blanking of his opponent. Ignis really gave it everything today, but those veteran instincts just kicked in when it mattered most. He pushed the top seed to the limit. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone! Vortex and Phantom are facing off on Maypass to see who can take home the victory today. Phantom enters this one as our top-rated player and generally holds the upper hand in this rivalry. But Vortex has shown he can play the spoiler. It will be interesting to see if he can actually pull off a full match win here. He is just relentless right now, taking a firm grip on the early lead. Really tough start for the #1 ranked player. A quick response from the veteran showing he's not going away easily. He's quickly closing the gap, picking up another one to put the pressure back on. He's starting to look like the heavy favorite once more. Unbelievable. He's just wiped out that early deficit to even things up. The underdog started strong, but we're back to a deadlock now. A complete turnaround from the top seed, who has now claimed 4 straight rounds. This is exactly what we expected from the heavy favorite. Vortex puts a stop to that run, securing the kill from the ramp to tie things up. The world #3 is proving he can hang with the top seed. The top seed is digging in and reclaiming the lead. He's definitely playing like the man to beat in this pair. Both players are locked at 5. What a battle. He's really holding his own against the best player in the league. Vortex edges ahead by 1 in this nail-biter. This is a stark contrast to that 13-10 loss they had earlier today. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's playing every bit the favorite right now. He has managed to outplay the #1 seed for most of this opening half. Fresh start as they swap side. Phantom answers back with a perfect shot, refusing to let his lead slip further. He's proving why he's the top seed here. Vortex has put up a strong 15-9 record over the last day. It's clearly paying off as he starts to dismantle the usual dynamic here. He's defying a lifetime of history where he's normally the underdog in this specific pairing. That is simply a flawless read, and now we are completely deadlocked. The momentum has completely shifted back to the top seed. He's completely seized control now, taking his 3rd straight round in a row. It's starting to look like the original prediction for this match. Vortex quickly puts an end to that momentum, bringing us right back to a tie. He's showing immense grit, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed to regain a 1-round lead. He's showing a lot of heart, simply refusing to let the momentum slide back the other way. Phantom secures another rapid exchange on the ramp to put himself just 1 round away from the finish. Vortex finds a way to stay alive, cleaning up that exchange from the ramp. Heads off to the composure he's showing right now. What a finish! Phantom closes it out with an absolute stunner of a shot to secure the series. Vortex really threw everything he had at him in that one, but he just couldn't close the door. He's gonna be gutted. Hard fought win. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have Vortex and Ignis facing off today, though the favorite looks strong in this one. Vortex looks sharp right out of the gate, picking up the first point from the ramp. Ignis is really struggling to find any footing today. Vortex holds a massive edge in the head-to-head, winning over 80% of their lifetime meetings, and honestly, you can see why the higher rated player is expected to take control here. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can actually flip the script this time. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on, cleaning up a nice shot on the ramp to extend the lead. Vortex is really moving fast now, just catching Ignis completely off guard on that ramp. Ignis has really been struggling to close things out today. Ignis manages to secure that spot on the ramp and fights back, keeping the score tight. He's certainly fighting a tough uphill battle today. And just like that, Ignis has completely leveled the playing field. He's certainly making the most of this server, given his rough run today. Vortex regains a slender lead, pushing ahead 4-3. The disparity on the ladder is starting to manifest. Ignis has been struggling significantly today, carrying a 6:30 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear that the lack of confidence is making it nearly impossible for him to mount a serious comeback. He needs a big swing right now to stay in this. Absolute deadlock now. They're tied up at 5 apiece. Vortex is definitely feeling that 10-13 loss to Phantom earlier today. That was an intense scramble, but Vortex managed to come out on top of that ramp duel. The class difference between these two is becoming a major factor. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's generally the better player here, so it makes sense he's ahead. Ignis has kept this quite competitive, but the higher rank is still showing. Let's see who has the edge now. Vortex keeps his slim advantage, now leading 7-6. That's a huge confidence boost for someone ranked 25th. Vortex is making short work of this series, just diving right in to clear Ignis off the ramp. Vortex pushes back ahead, holding an 8-7 lead. It's a real toss-up in terms of historical map performance. Ignis is really heating up now, securing that ramp position and keeping the momentum firmly on his side. A total clash of will on the ramp, but he just keeps rolling with another victory. The underdog is really making a statement in this one. The momentum swings right back, leaving things completely even at 9-all. The top 3 seed is finally getting his wings back. Unbelievable. Ignis barely survives that scramble from the ramp to take a 10-9 lead. That was a nail-biter, a truly frantic close to the round. Vortex clawed right back to tie things up at 10. Looking for any sign of stability from the number 25 seed. Vortex is staring down the finish line now, looking to wrap this up quickly. He's really putting that top 5 ranking to use here. That is pure control from the favorite, stepping up to the threshold of victory. The gap in raw skill is on full display right now. What a finish! He closes it out with a huge victory to take the match. He really kept the pressure on at the end, but we've got to give credit to Ignis for pushing it that far. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. We have Phantom taking on Ignis today, and it looks like the favorite is in top form. Phantom is completely dominating this long-term rivalry with an 88% win rate. But we've seen just how difficult today has been for Ignis across all his matches so far. It'll be interesting to see if that trend holds. Phantom just kept the pressure on, picking Ignis right off the ramp to take a 2-round lead. The top seed is simply too sharp for him right now. He's just on fire right now, putting up a commanding lead. His recent form shows why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. He handles the duel perfectly from the box to move ahead by 3. He's really making his status as the #1 seed felt. Ignis manages to pick him off the box, showing some real grit here. He needed to put a stop to that run immediately. Phantom recovers immediately, getting the win from the ramp to keep his lead comfortably high. Ignis secures the advantage from the Tetris, showing a lot of heart to claw back into this. He's certainly not letting the rankings scare him today. Phantom is just too quick today, securing a clean win from the box to pull further away. What a fight! Ignis barely walks away from that trade, showing incredible resolve to keep the score close. Phantom just snatched that one from the box, and the lead is starting to feel insurmountable for Ignis. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. I mean, the top seed is doing exactly what we expected he would. He has the upper hand, but Ignis is keeping things competitive despite a rough day across the board. Time to swap sides. A completely untouched round for the underdog, keeping the momentum swinging his way. He's starting to find some answers for the frontrunner. Ignis is really feeling the weight of the day after going 6-30 across his matches so far. It's clear he's fighting an uphill battle, and Phantom is just too consistent to let him build any real momentum. The pressure is definitely on for the underdog now. Phantom secures another quick one from the ramp, and he's really pulling away now. He's certainly justifying that top spot on the ladder. He's stubbornly refusing to go away, bringing the score right back to 9-8. The underdog is refusing to fold under the pressure. Unbelievable. We are completely tied up now as the momentum shifts entirely to Ignis. Phantom edges back in front, holding a narrow 10-9 lead. He's really putting that massive skill gap on display. Phantom takes a nice high spot on the Tetris here to build his lead back up. His recent 14-2 run today shows exactly how dangerous he can be. Goodness, that was a nail baiter. He barely walks away from that fight to put himself one more away from victory. And there it is. He closes out the series with a huge final play to seal the victory. He really played the role of the favorite today, never letting the pressure get to him while keeping his cool throughout the series. Welcome everyone, we're on orange today as Vortex takes on the top-seeded Phantom in a highly anticipated duel. Phantom has dominated this rivalry by winning over 60% of their head-to-head encounters, and he's certainly carrying that confidence into today's match after taking their most recent meeting as well. We'll see if Vortex can find a way to disrupt that trend. Vortex is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The number 1 seed is suddenly under pressure. That was an incredibly fast reaction from Phantom to even things up.
It is the top seed in the league showing some composure.
Phantom claws back to a 3-2 lead. His recent 15-2 run today is looking scary. A completely effortless sequence there to put the momentum firmly in his favor. Vortex answers back quickly to keep things tight. The top-rated player in the league has finally been shaken. What a battle. He barely walks away from that exchange with his life. His status as the number 1 seed is starting to show. Vortex usually has the edge in the betting lines, but right now he's struggling against the league's highest rated player. Well, looking at this sequence, it seems like Phantom is just too consistent for him to break through. He barely survives the trade, but that win keeps his hopes alive. A much needed moment of stability for the underdog. He's completely untouchable right now, picking up another round to close the gap before the break. The tide is definitely turning as we head toward the midway point. It's 7-5 for Phantom. I mean, it's a tight gap, but the underdog is clearly outperforming expectations. He's coming in with a strong 80% win rate over his last 10 games, and it's starting to show. He's refusing to back down, securing a gritty win to keep the pressure on the favorite. A huge confidence boost for the player fighting from behind. Phantom holds onto a slim 2-round cushion. The top-seeded player is maintaining his composure here. A quick burst of fire and he secures another point, showing plenty of grit. That was a lightning-fast way to shut him down. Phantom's now sitting comfortably on a 9-7 lead. He's looking just as sharp as he did in that Mappa's victory. He's showing a lot of heart, shutting down that attempt and closing the gap to 8-9. The gap is effectively closed for now. Phantom pushes it to 10-8 and looks dominant. It's just more of the same from the top dog. Phantom is really putting the squeeze on him now, just edging closer and closer to the finish line. He's really capitalizing on that superior head-to-head record right now. He's simply relentless right now, extending the run and putting the final point in his sides. A really quick way to wrap things up. A clutch response from Vortex to stay in the game. A desperate but necessary stand by the underdog. Another flawless shot from Vortex, who is refusing to let this match slip away. And there it is! Phantom seals the victory with an absolutely clean final shot. Vortex pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. What a fight! Welcome everyone! We have Vortex and Ignis facing off on Fast Aim, where the favorite looks to dominate today. Vortex has an 82% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's an incredible gap in class that should be showing right now. We'll see if the top 3 player can recover from that slow start. What a scramble! He barely closed out a victory from the wind box, leveling the score at 1-1. He's certainly taking advantage of that rating difference early on. Ignis pulls ahead now, leading the series 2-1. The lower ranked player is putting up a real fight here. We're back to a deadlock. Vortex gets the better angle from the ramp and cleans things up. It's tough for his opponent, who has struggled with a few losses today. Ignis just edges further ahead with a 3-2 lead. He's certainly playing with a lot of confidence right now. Vortex just shuts that down quickly, catching Ignis before he could even get set on the ramp. The pressure is definitely on for his side tonight. Ignis manages to outplay the window peak, putting more pressure on the favorite. It's wild to see the underdog this composed. A complete reset. Both players now sitting at 4 apiece. He's definitely feeling the weight of that poor run of form lately. Vortex finally claims a narrow lead, moving to 5-4. The higher ranked player is starting to find some footing. Ignis has managed to hold the line, proving that this series is anyone's game right now. He's fighting a brutal recent slump in the win column. Vortex uses that window peak perfectly to reclaim the momentum and take a 2-round lead. The struggle is real for Ignis, having gone 6-29 today. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, the favorite is ahead, but Ignis is staying way closer than the rank gap suggests. It'll be a battle to see if Vortex can pull away now. Time to swap sides. Vortex is really starting to pull away now, utilizing that height advantage on the toolbox to keep the lead. His current form mirrors that tough streak we saw earlier today. What a clutch effort from Ignis, surviving by a hair and fighting his way back into this match. That was a frantic exchange of fire to get the round back. Ignis denies him from the toolbox and refuses to go away. The momentum is shifting in a huge way. Absolutely stunning, he's completed the comeback, locking in a dead heat at 8-all. Vortex secures his lead with a high ground duel on the ramp. He's looking a bit more like the world number 3 now. Vortex really looks like he's found the answer to this match, securing another clean win from the ramp. The higher seed is reclaiming control of the tempo. Vortex keeps the pressure on, picking his opponent off the toolbox to extend the lead to 11-8. Vortex is simply showing his superior experience here. Ignis strikes back from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He really just tightened the gap right when the pressure peaked. A clean stop to prevent things from spiraling. Ignis isn't letting up, erasing that previous lead with another precise strike. The gap has completely vanished in the blink of an eye. He halts the momentum entirely with an easy shutdown, putting him just a single round away from victory. Ignis gets the drop from the window, keeping his hopes alive with a sharp response. Just a fraction of a second made the difference there. Unbelievable. Vortex survives by a sliver of health to close out the series. He really showed the world why he's ranked so high. Though he almost let this one slide, Ignis pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Dunes. Phantom takes on Ignis in this match, though the heavy favorite will be tough to beat today. Phantom holds a massive edge here with that 131-18 lifetime record against Ignis. It's surprising to see him drop the opening frame given how usually dominant he's been in this head-to-head. Let's see if he can shake off the slow start. Ignis is now firmly in the driver's seat. Ignis is really putting on a show right now, refusing to let Phantom pull away early. Phantom is really struggling to keep up with a 4-1 lead for Ignis. He really needs to snap out of this lull given his top seed status. The momentum is swinging wildly. That's a huge shift as he picks up another effortless win. He simply was too fast for Ignis in that exchange. He has been absolutely rolling through his other games today. Ignis is defying a tough recent run with an overall record of 630 today. He's playing with a lot more confidence than his current form suggests. We have to wonder if he can maintain this level of aggression against the world number one. Phantom just took him right off the box, showing some real grit as he claws back into this. It's the kind of response we expect from a world number one. He claims another one from the box as he continues this fierce surge. The pressure is really starting to mount for Ignis. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, this is a huge shock given their rank difference. He's clearly not intimidated by the top seed right now. Let's see if the roles flip. Unreal. Ignis manages to outlast him off the box, barely surviving with a sliver of health. He keeps the pressure on, securing a perfectly clean takedown to keep the comeback alive. He's fighting a tough battle to stay in the hunt. Ignis is commanding a strong 3-round lead here. His recent form suggested a much harder time today. He secures a perfect encounter here, refusing to let his opponent put up a fight. He's starting to prove why he's the top seed in this duel. He's refusing to go away, keeping this fight alive as the gap closes further. This is exactly how you want to start a fight back. Absolute deadlock. He's completely wiped out the lead to make it a dead heat at 9-9. This match has completely flipped on its head. Ignis manages to hold that run, reclaiming a narrow edge in the count. It's an incredible showing from the 25th seed tonight. Ignis just outplayed him from below, and now he's really staring down the finish line. Pure chaos for the world #1 right now. Phantom manages to pluck him off the box to keep the pressure climbing. That was a lightning fast exchange to bring it back close. Ignis holds his ground and delivers a huge blow, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. What a response! He refuses to buckle under the pressure and keeps this series alive. Absolutely incredible. He just forced the deadlock, sending this entire series into extra time. Ignis has managed to shake off the pressure perfectly, taking back the lead just when things looked uncertain. What a brawl! Both players were trading heavy damage, but Phantom walked away from the carnage to tie things up. Neither side is blinking in this absolute deadlock. Ignis catches him right there on the box, putting himself in a great spot to close this out. He simply outdueled his opponent, equalizing the series with a flawless piece of aim. This is essentially a coin flip now. He is showing incredible resolve, stepping up once again to take total control of this match. He's finally starting to play like the heavy favorite we expected. He closes it out with a fierce final exchange, completing an incredible turnaround to seal the victory. Ignis really pushed the world #1 to his limit today, but he just couldn't find those final few rounds. What a match! Welcome to the stream! Vortex and Phantom are facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a substantial historical lead with a 61% win rate in their head-to-head matchups, and he seems to be carrying that confidence into this series after winning their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can flip that script. That's a completely one-sided start as he puts up a huge lead early. Vortex fights back, securing a huge kill from the Wine to get on the board. That's definitely a confidence booster for the underdog. Phantom is just too sharp right now, easily controlling the map from the Wine. He's looking like the top seed on the ladder right now. Phantom is just flying through these rounds, ending this one in a flash from the Wine. Expectations are definitely being met by the top seed here. Phantom has looked nearly flawless today with a 16-2 record over the last 24 hours. It's a level of consistency that justifies his current top spot on our ladder. We just have to see if Vortex can actually maintain this pace. Phantom still has a firm grip with a 6-3 lead. He's fighting to keep this game from slipping away. Phantom has a huge advantage here and is really capitalizing on this momentum. Phantom is just dominating here, leading 8-3. The top spot on the ladder is looking completely untouchable. Phantom takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly the supposed underdog is just tearing through the server. He's making the most of his 66% win rate on this map today. Vortex really needs to wake up now. Phantom is practically cruising with a 10-3 lead. The top-rated talent is putting on a clinic. Phantom is just putting on a clinic here. His reactions are instantly erasing any chance Vortex has. He shuts down that small rally instantly, putting himself just one step away from victory. Vortex steps up with a clean kill to keep the dream alive, though the pressure remains immense. Unbelievable, he manages another absolute blast to keep this contest going. What a turnaround in energy from the underdog. Absolute perfection from the Wine as he keeps this charge going. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. And there it is, Phantom shuts the door with a clean finish to secure the series. He really looked like a different animal out there, just completely outclassing everything. Vortex tried to throw at him. Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Ignis facing off in the arena today, with Vortex entering as the clear favorite. Vortex has won a massive 82% of their past meetings. The gap in raw skill is obviously huge, but Ignis is fighting through a really tough slump today. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this early pressure. Vortex looks way more comfortable now that he's taking control of the high ground on that ramp. Expectations are starting to align with the ladder positions. Vortex just shredded him right off that ramp. Ignis had no answer for that speed. He is simply untouchable right now, cruising to another victory and firmly taking over the map. This is getting scary. He is just shutting everything down to take a commanding lead.
He's really making his rank difference felt here.
Ignis is refusing to go away, picking him off the boost to keep this contest alive. A huge confidence boost for the underdog right here. That was a quick trade-off on the ramp and Vortex just barely came out on top. Coming into this, Ignis has really struggled against him throughout their career. He is putting up a real fight now, cleaning up the round with almost full health. He just needed to get his feet under him again. Vortex is just leaning into those fast rounds, using that ramp to keep the momentum firmly in his favor. Ignis has been struggling immensely with only a 10% win rate in his last 10 games. It makes sense why we are seeing him fall behind so quickly in this series. Now it is a matter of if he can find any consistency before things get out of hand. Ignis just held the ramp perfectly to keep things interesting as we head into the final stretch of the half.
A surprising bit of resilience for someone currently ranked 25th.
Vortex heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, the top-seeded player is doing exactly what he needs to do. He used that 4-round streak to secure a solid cushion going into the second half. Vortex is just too quick utilizing that ramp to effectively close the gap on this series. Ignis has really been struggling today with that dismal 6-29 record. Vortex is making this look easy, simply picking Ignis off the Tetris to keep the pressure high. He just cleared him right off the ramp to put a massive grip on this match. It's becoming quite an uphill battle for the 25th ranked player. That was a complete shutdown to put him just a single round away from victory. The gap in the raw experience is just too wide. A timely reaction from Ignis to keep the dream alive for just a bit longer. He needed to find a way to slow things down. Unreal! Vortex closes it out with a perfect finishing touch to secure the victory. He just looked way too sharp throughout this entire set, and he's really continuing that dominance over his opponent. Welcome to the Berserk League. Phantom and Ignis are heading to orange for this one, with the favorite looking strong. Phantom holds a massive historical advantage with a 132-18 head-to-head record. It's clear that Ignis has really struggled against him recently, especially after that close loss in their last meeting. We'll see if that psychological weight starts to set in for Ignis. Another lightning fast kill for Ignis, and he's now totally in control of this early lead. Finally, a response from the underdog, proving he isn't going to go down without a fight. The gap in their ranks is starting to look a bit smaller. Another clean burst from him as he continues to claw back into this map. The pressure is clearly shifting back onto the underdog. Ignis is dominating here, leading by a commanding 2. A real shocker, considering the 630 record he's bringing into today. Phantom is looking completely out of his element, especially with a win rate of 63% over his long career. This is a massive deviation from how he usually operates. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually find a way to shut this down. Quick exchange of fire, and he manages to come out on top here. The top-seeded player is finally starting to wake up. A patient encounter that ended with a perfect finish, and now he's really starting to close this gap. This looks like a complete reset of the energy. Ignis keeps his grip with a solid 7-4 lead. The top-rated guy on the ladder is really struggling to find answers. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, nobody expected the 26th ranked player to be the one controlling the tempo right now. He is playing way above his usual level today. Switching sides, let's see who blinks first. A complete shutout there, and he is really starting to push back into this game. He's fighting for every single round to keep this alive. What a turnaround! He's fought his way back from a huge deficit to bring the score level. A completely different story than we saw in their last clash. He's simply on fire now, taking the lead with another untouchable sequence. A completely flawless way to seize control of the match. Another rapid reaction from the leader, moving his count to 4 straight. A sharp response from Ignis to keep himself within striking distance. A gritty performance considering his current run of losses. We are all square at 9 apiece now. A surprising sight given his current 10-match slump. He's simply refusing to fade away, securing a lead for the first time in a while. A critical moment for the favorite to step up. He's totally in the driver's seat now, taking another round without taking a single hit. Absolute precision here, and he's now just 1 round away from closing the deal. The favorite is finally acting like the boss of this server. Unbelievable! He closes out the match with an incredible run to secure the victory. He really leaned on his experience to shake things up and survive that initial onslaught. Heart-stopping stuff. Welcome everyone. We have Vortex and Phantom facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history, and that historical dominance is backed up by his impressive form today. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can actually keep this momentum going. Phantom is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's essentially playing perfect game after a monster 19-2 day. A total shutdown. He's just completely taken over this game. It's exactly what you'd expect from the best player on the ladder. He's just completely took over, securing yet another victory to reach a 4-round streak. The number 1 seed is simply proving too much here. Vortex puts up a fight here, securing a crisp kill from the ramp to hold that run. Exactly the kind of push we're looking for from the underdog. Phantom is really putting the pressure on, quickly recovering his footing from that high perch. He's refusing to go away, narrowing the gap down to 2 rounds. He's showing he can hold his own against a top-tier opponent. Phantom was too quick on the draw, denying Vortex any advantage from that elevated spot. The world number 1 is simply too consistent right now. Phantom just can't be shaken, shutting things down from the ramp to extend his lead.
He is really playing to his top ranking here.
Unreal. Vortex manages to barely survive a brutal exchange, dropping Phantom right off the Tetris. An absolute nail-biter of a close call for the underdog. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he is completely defying the pre-match predictions right now. With a 63% all-time win rate, he is playing like the top seed and making this look easy. Time to see if Vortex wakes up. Phantom is just too sharp today, putting an end to that a very short-lived rally from Vortex. It's a familiar pattern after that last meeting on Italy. Vortex is really starting to pick up some steam, capitalizing on that high ground to keep the pressure on. Vortex is really starting to close the distance now, using that ramp to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. Phantom keeps his grip on the server, cleaning up from the ramp to put another round on the board. That's another fast exchange for the top seed, keeping the pressure on after that ramp clash. His 90% win rate over the last 10 games is truly frightening. Absolutely ruthless. He just stepped in and shut the door on any hope for a comeback. What a finale! Phantom survives a chaotic scrap to close it out and secure the series. Vortex gave it his all, but he's just running into a wall today. He's going to need some answers for that level of play. Welcome to the duel on Mappas. Vortex takes on Ignis in a match where the favorite is looking for another dominant win. Vortex holds a massive historical edge with 163 total wins over Ignis. He's consistently proved he can dismantle this specific opponent. Now he just needs to keep the pressure on and avoid any sudden slips. Ignis strikes back quickly to tie this thing up. A surprising start for someone who's struggled this much today. Ignis is now firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's certainly ignoring that rank 26 tech today. Both players are trading punches perfectly. We've got a total deadlock here early on. Both players are fighting hard for control here. Vortex claws back to a 3-2 lead. Ignis has had a rough day with that 531 record. He is simply too fast right now, taking full control of the server. He's definitely playing like a top 5 seed right now. Absolutely ruthless as he continues this runaway pace. His recent form has been a total nightmare. He's simply unstoppable right now, moving closer to double digits with a 5th consecutive round win. He is showing exactly why he holds that top 4 rank. Ignis manages to find his mark from the red, securing a crucial round. Vortex is currently sitting on a 13-12 record for the day. You know, it's a much more stable output than we're seeing from his opponent. Ignis is really struggling to find any consistency right now, and this lead is starting to feel very secure. Vortex heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. I mean, everything is playing out exactly how the rankings suggested. He is clearly the stronger player today and looks poised to close this out quickly. Let's see if Ignis wakes up. Ignis puts on a great show on the ramp to keep this fight alive. He usually has a better time of things on this layout. Unreal. He barely scraps across the finish line after that absolute brawl. That was a nail-biter. Both of them were nearly out. The gap is just too wide at this point, and the momentum is firmly with Vortex. Everything is lining up with the head-to-head numbers. That's another easy one for him, and he is just one step away from closing the set. His current run is mirroring some of those blowout games from earlier this month. A sharp response from the trailing player to keep his hopes alive. He's fighting for every single point now. What a finish! Vortex survives that heavy exchange to secure the final round and close out the match. A complete blowout for the favorite, who really just reminded everyone why there's such a massive ranking gap. Welcome to the Dunes map. We have Phantom and Ignis facing off today, with the top seed looking very strong. Phantom comes into this with an incredible 10-win streak. It's a huge contrast to the struggle Ignis has had across his last few series. We'll see if this pressure becomes too much for the underdog to handle. Ignis is holding his own here, utilizing that high ground to stay competitive. It's a bit of a shock given how their head-to-head usually goes. And we are deadlocked at 2 apiece. The top seed is definitely feeling the heat right now. Unbelievable. He has completely flipped the script on this match with a 3rd straight win. A massive shock for the number 1 seed right now. Phantom answers right back with a clean exchange to even things up. He's certainly putting his number 1 ranking on the line. Phantom takes a slender lead, pushing ahead to 4. He's putting that massive rating advantage on display right now. He's simply on another level right now, extending that streak to 3 straight. Ignis manages to pull this one out and narrows the gap. He's really making himself work for every single point here. We're all square at 5 apiece. A complete reversal of the usual results between these two. He's totally in control, securing another victory from the box to keep the momentum swinging. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, nobody expected the ranked 27 player to be ahead of the world number 1 right now. Let's see if he can keep this pace. New sights, new opportunities. Ignis keeps the upper hand, leading 7-6. He's definitely showing why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Phantom has clawed back to make it a 7-all tie. That's a brutal stretch of losses for him today. He's completely taken over, erasing his opponent from the box for the 3rd time straight. Absolute perfection as he drops another one, barely breaking a sweat while pulling ahead to a 2-round lead. He's simply unstoppable, putting a 5th straight point on the board with total ease. He's just not letting up, pushing that run to 6 in a row. He's really capitalizing on his massive lead on the ladder. He's absolutely crushing it now, taking another round from the box to reach match point. What a finish! Phantom closes it out with a clean shot to secure the victory. He really showed his class there. After that early scramble, he just took over the server. Welcome to the arena! We have a great matchup today as Vortex takes on the heavily favored Phantom. A strong start for the underdog, clearing out Phantom before he could even react from that high perch. Phantom usually owns this specific rivalry with a 61% head-to-head win rate. It's surprising to see the favorite looking this shaken early on. The real question is whether he can snap out of it before this slips away. He answers back right now, showing some serious grit to pull around the way. This puts the pressure right back on the underdog to maintain his lead. Unreal, Vortex survives a brutal trade and manages to secure the win from the ramp. That was a chaotic scramble, but he digs deep to claw back another round. The higher rank side is finally starting to push back. He's showing some incredible heart, barely surviving that firefight from the ramp to take it back. He's just completely erasing that early deficit. Phantom has been utterly dominant today with a 21-2 record over the last day. So yeah, it's a bit jarring to see those high-level stats not translating into a lead right now. I wonder if he's just fighting through a slow start to a series. A complete shutdown by the underdog, securing a third consecutive point with an effortless shot. He is simply on another level right now, taking full control of the map. And the #1 rated player is still searching for an answer. Vortex takes a huge lead here at 9-3. I mean, this is way beyond what anyone expected. He just completely dismantled the world #1 to open this map. And we have to see if Phantom can possibly stop the bleeding. Time for the swap. Vortex is just cruising along with a 9-4 lead. He's definitely showing that first place pedigree now. Vortex extends his massive grip, now sitting at 10-4. It's a complete reversal from their last meeting on Redline. What a fight! He almost went down, but somehow clutched out the win with barely any health left. Vortex is just putting on a display right now, putting his opponent in a very deep hole. He's really challenging that top seed position right now. He's back in command. Vortex just needs one more to seal the deal. A complete nightmare for the top seed. What a finish. He barely walks away from that exchange, but he secures the victory right here. Just a total shutdown. He really stepped up and took the top seed's momentum away from him completely. Welcome everyone, we're on fast aim for a duel between Vortex and Ignis. Vortex enters as the clear favorite today. Vortex holds a commanding head-to-head record, winning 82% of their previous meetings. It's no surprise that Ignis is struggling to keep up with that pace today. Let's see if he can find a way to flip the script. Ignis is really heating up here, just taking down Vortex right from the window. Hard to believe given he's struggling with a 531 record today. We've got a deadlock now with both tied at 2. The third ranked player on our ladder is finally starting to flex. Vortex is starting to look very comfortable now, using that ramp to keep the pressure on. He's certainly showing why he's the higher ranked player today. An effortless touch to secure the third straight for Vortex. His recent form is a nightmare, sitting on a 13-match losing streak. Vortex simply refuses to let up, knocking Ignis right off that ramp to keep the momentum rolling. Absolutely blistering reflex to put another in the books. He is just untouchable right now. Ignis finds his mark to get a point back on the board. He's certainly punching up against the top 5 opponent here. He puts on a show from the toolbox, showing some real grit to stay in this. He's starting to close the gap quite nicely. Vortex had a great read on that one, picking Ignis off the toolbox to keep things comfortable. He's comfortably sliding back into the driver's seat here. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly how the numbers looked going in. Ignis is fighting, but the skill gap is showing through on these fast aim exchanges. Let's see a strong response from Ignis. Vortex is just too fast on the trigger today, capitalizing on that ramp height again. He's really put in a stranglehold on this series. Vortex has held the upper hand in their last 5 meetings, and honestly, his overall dominance in this rivalry is the reason we're seeing this scoreline. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can actually string a few more together to make this a contest. Vortex is putting an immense amount of pressure on the clock here. These exchanges are ending way too quickly for Ignis to breathe. A lethal sequence of shots leaves the opponent flat on that toolbox, putting him just one step from victory. Total control from the top of the map. Absolutely sensational. Vortex closes it out and secures the victory. A really one-sided affair there. He just looked completely out of his league in that series. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're in Italy today for a match between Phantom and Ignis. Let's see if the underdog can pull off a surprise. Phantom enters this one with an incredibly strong head-to-head lead of 134-18 over Ignis. It shows how difficult this match is for the underdog, especially since Ignis has a tough record today. Now we see if he can actually disrupt that trend. A total shutdown by the favorite, putting him up 3-0 with barely a scratch on him. He finds his footing and secures a hard-fought victory to get back on the board. He's clearly not as intimidated as some predicted. Phantom is just dominating a 4-1 lead right now. The gap in their overall experience is starting to show. Phantom's just rolling through, leading a commanding 5-1. He's really putting that #1 rank on full display. Unreal. He almost went down, but manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. His opponent has really struggled to find a win today. Absolute control now as he extends that streak to 4 straight. Ignis puts a quick end to that streak with a clean win of his own. It's a tough mountain to climb, considering that rating gap. Phantom has a massive overall win rate of 63% across thousands of games, and honestly, seeing him drop back-to-back rounds is completely unexpected. It will be interesting to see if he can stop this slide before it gets out of hand. Phantom goes into the break leading 8-4. Well, this side of the match is going exactly how we anticipated. The top seed is leaning on his skill to stay in the driver's seat. Let's see how they adjust. Ignis is fighting back, trailing just 3 rounds now. That was an incredibly quick exchange to bring him back into it. Phantom regains his rhythm and pushes the lead to 9-5. That's a tough day at the office for him, currently sitting at 4-32. Ignis is really staying aggressive and making this a much tighter series than anyone expected. That's an impressive effort from the 27th ranked player. Phantom pulls ahead again, now sitting pretty at 10-6. Phantom is just moving through these rounds way too quickly. Ignis can't seem to find an answer. Ignis just needs a few more of these quickly, and he'll be right back in the thick of it. He's really putting a fight on for the #1 seed. Ignis is really starting to build some momentum here, pushing back with a smart play off the wine. A truly surprising shift for the 27th seed. That was a wild scramble, but he manages to come out on top and hit match point. Just another sharp reaction to put him in control. A strong finish there by Ignis to stay alive in this game. A surprising turn of events for the lower ranked challenger. He's refusing to go down quietly, extending this run to keep the dream alive. The pressure is really starting to mount for the top seed. What a finish! He shuts the door instantly to close out the series. Ignis really pushed the #1 seed to the limit today. He just couldn't find that last bit of luck to seal the deal. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on red line for an exciting match between Vortex and Phantom. Let's see if the favorite can hold the lead. Vortex came out firing, shutting Phantom down quickly while he was trying to hold that ramp. Phantom holds a significant lead in their career, head-to-head series, so it's a bit surprising to see him starting this slow given how usually dominant he is against this opponent. The real question now is if he can flip the script before the gap widens. Phantom is really starting to put the pressure on, taking control from the ramp to tie this series up. He is really playing up to that #1 seed right now. Unreal. That was an absolute brawl, but he manages to scrape through with a sliver of health. What a chaotic exchange, but he somehow walked away from that disaster intact.
His current form is just an absolute machine today.
Vortex manages a clean strike from the ramp to close that gap.
Phantom has a massive all-time win rate advantage, but he's looking vulnerable.
Absolute chaos on that ramp, but he manages to outlast Phantom by a hair to even the score.
His recent 22-3 run looks a bit shaky right now.
He is just untouchable right now, extending the lead and keeping the pressure high.
The top seed is really struggling to get his bearings today.
Simply too fast, he's really taking over this map right now.
The best player in the league is looking completely lost. Phantom finds another opening from the ramp to close the gap before the side swap. He needs a big push here to get his day back on track.
Vortex holds a narrow 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, things are playing out exactly as predicted for the favorite so far. We'll see if Phantom can use that map edge to claw back. Let's see who takes the first round. We're taking a quick timeout, so stay with us as we get back to the action. And we are back in action on red line with Vortex leading Phantom 7-5. What an unbelievable scramble. He barely hangs on to survive that one. He's just fighting to stay in this game. Vortex is really starting to separate himself here, taking the duel right in the middle of that ramp.
Vortex just inches ahead now, leading 8-7. The #1 seed is starting to find his footing.
He managed to clutch out the victory in a desperate shootout, locking the score back up at 8 apiece. A real battle of nerves now that we're back to even. He's absolutely on fire right now, claiming his 3rd straight victory to take the lead.
The world #1 is finally shifting gears.
Just a complete shutdown. He's absolutely powering through this stretch now.
That head-to-head gap is starting to look very real.
Vortex answers back quickly, cleaning up the exchange to stay right in the fight. He is proving that the rank 3 spot is well deserved. Vortex just catches him right there on the ramp to force a tie. Looking like a total flip of their recent encounters. Phantom just secures a tough lead by holding a great angle from the Tetris. The top-rated player in the league is looking strong here. They are trading rounds like boxing matches now. It's anyone's game at this point. Pure deadlock as we head into the final stretch. A massive shot there, and Vortex is now just a single victory away from the win. Absolute precision in those last two engagements. What a save! Phantom takes it from the boxes to force a deadlock at 12-12. The overall win rate gap is really starting to show. Vortex just shut him down from that high ground, and the momentum is swinging heavily in his favor.
He's really capitalizing on the momentum from his latest series win.
Vortex is really imposing himself, quickly picking Phantom off the Tetris for another round. That was a total shutout in that engage. The speed of these exchanges is picking up, and now we're right back to a nail-biter.
He's fighting to close that massive historical gap in total wins.
Phantom had the perfect read from the Tetris to shut that down. Just a fraction of a second decided that clash. The tension is peaking with everything truly on the line. He puts an end to that run, taking the lead from the boxes and moving one step closer to victory. That's a huge turnaround for the favorite to secure the lead. He strikes again from the ramp, pulling us back into a dead heat at 15-15. Vortex leaps ahead to 16-15 after that clash. Phantom earns his way back into this deadlock at 16-all. Vortex reclaims the advantage, putting him up 17-16.
Looking like a massive shift from their overall head-to-head history. Vortex puts some breathing room between them, now up 18-16.
It's a tough spot for the guy who started this day as the a priori choice.
Vortex is pulling far ahead now at 19-16.
He just completely flipped the script on the world #1 today. It was an incredible duel, but the momentum stayed with the underdog. What a match! Welcome everyone, Vortex and Ignis are facing off on Dunes, though the favorite looks very strong today. Vortex has an overwhelming advantage in their head-to-head history, winning over 80% of their encounters. So you have to wonder if the gap in their overall ratings is finally starting to weigh on Ignis after that early stumble. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Both players were swinging for their lives and Ignis barely walks away from the carnage. Ignis is dominating with a commanding 3-1 lead. Vortex is reeling, trailing by a single round now. Vortex has all the momentum now, putting some serious pressure on the match as soon as the round started. Ignis has a massive mountain to climb against the third-ranked player. Ignis holds a slim 4-3 lead right now. He is definitely fighting the tide of those losses from earlier today. We are all square at 4 apiece now. Looking back at the ratings, it's a huge gap between them. Vortex is starting to pull away here. A 2-game lead is a precarious place for Ignis to be. Both players are virtually identical in their performance on this map. Pure deadlock now as they sit tied at 5. It's a complete reset, despite the gap in the ladder rankings. Vortex is just too quick for him, punishing Ignis instantly for staying up on that box. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 cushion. I mean, the scoreline is basically exactly where we expected it to be given the gap in skill. He's in control, but Ignis is hanging tough. New sides, fresh start. Vortex is looking incredibly strong with that streak in his last 10 games. It's a stark contrast to the struggles Ignis has been enduring lately. I really wonder if he can dig deep enough to find an answer here. He's showing a lot of heart, clawing back another round to keep himself in this. That response is exactly what we've seen in their top-tier clashes. He's showing immense grit right now, securing another clean round to tighten the gap. The momentum has completely flipped in a matter of seconds. Unbelievable. He just wiped the slate clean and brings us right back to a deadlock. He manages to pull ahead and gets the kill while his opponent is perched on the box. It's a classic case of a higher rated player weathering the storm. Goodness, what a fight! Hess scrapes through with a single point of health to even the score at 9-9. Absolutely nails it with a single digit of health left. Unreal. He clings to a single point of health to secure the lead at 10. Vortex looks far more comfortable given the ladder gap between them. Vortex is really starting to string these together, putting some serious distance between himself and Ignis. He's clearly played better in their head-to-head matches lately. He's completely seized control from the box, putting himself on the verge of victory. He's completely locked in right now. Game over! He closes it out with a lightning-fast shot to secure the victory. He really just leaned into that superior ranking when it mattered most, just totally shutting the door on any hope for a comeback. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a clash between Phantom and Ignis. The favorite looks strong today. Ignis really came out swinging, taking the fight to Phantom right up in heaven for that first point. Quite a start for the lower rated player. Phantom has owned this specific rivalry, winning over 80% of their head-to-head clashes. It's clear that mental edge is present today. Watching the way he's controlling the space, I wonder if Ignis can find any way to disrupt that confidence. He secures another point from the Tetris, really starting to seize control of the server. Ignis manages to hold the ramp and trade out for a win, bringing the score to 3-2. A total slugfest on the ramp there, but Phantom comes out on top to keep the pressure up. It's been a rough day for the underdog so far. Phantom is just cruising now, leading by 3. He's really starting to put that rating difference on display. He's just too fast, securing another effortless win from the Tetris. He's really showcasing that gap between rank 1 and rank 27. Unbelievable. He barely escapes that exchange on the ramp to move his lead up to 5. Ignis manages to clear him off the Tetris to slow the momentum down. Phantom enters the server with an incredible 22-4 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying that massive amount of confidence into this set. We have to wonder if Ignis can possibly stem the tide before the Phantom holds a comfortable 9-3 lead. Honestly, this is exactly how we expected the match to start. He's played almost perfectly, leaving Ignis with very little room to breathe. Ignis claws back 1, trailing by 5 now. Things are looking tough for him, having struggled with that recent 432 record today. What a scramble! He survives by a hair while fighting from the ramp to keep his momentum going. He's really digging deep to claw his way back into this. Phantom quickly recovers his footing, shutting down that mini run from the ramp. His consistency is just on another level today. Phantom stays in the driver's seat at 10-6. It's a tough climb for him, having struggled with that recent 16-loss skid. Phantom isn't giving him any room to breathe, shutting this one down almost instantly. Ignis keeps his head in the game by clearing Phantom off the Tetris. He really is playing the role of the underdog right now. He secures the edge in a tense exchange and now stands just 1 round away from victory. The gap in their skill level is really showing now. And that's it! A clean final shot from the Tetris to wrap everything up. Just a total mismatch from start to finish. Ignis put up a few fights, but he was outclassed in every exchange. Phantom generally holds a 61% win rate in their long history together. He's definitely the favorite based on the numbers, but Vortex has already taken a round from him today. It'll be interesting to see if the momentum from their previous meeting carries through. Welcome to the match. We have Vortex and Phantom facing off today on fast aim to see who comes out on top. He's simply too fast right now, securing his third straight victory. Vortex gets a quick look from the ramp to hold the slide. He's clearly looking a lot more confident than in the previous round. Phantom is really pulling away with a 4-2 lead. The number 1 rated player is really starting to show his class. Vortex is closing the gap, trailing by just 1. He's certainly playing like someone who knows how to beat the top seed. Phantom makes a quick play from the ramp to clear out the toolbox. It's a great start for the world. Number 1. Phantom's control of the ramp is proving to be a huge problem for Vortex right now. The top seed is really putting on a performance here. Phantom secures a quick kill from the ramp, extending his lead to 7. It's a stark contrast to how he looked against Ignis an hour ago. Absolute authority from him, putting a massive dent in that comeback effort. He's looking just as sharp as he did in his opener against Ignis. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Honestly, he's making a strong case for an upset here. It's a huge shift considering how much the community expected Vortex to win this one. Time to see how Vortex responds. Phantom handles that high ground exposure perfectly, shutting down any hope for a quick recovery. He's definitely playing with the confidence of a world number 1 today. Vortex is showing some incredible consistency, having put up a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. You know, he's clearly playing the best game of his career right now. It'll be a battle of wills to see if he can keep this pressure on the top seed. Phantom is really dominating a 10-6 lead here. It's exactly why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Vortex is really shaking things up here, quickly taking out Phantom from the toolbox. Vortex is really playing at a world-class level right now. Phantom is really putting a stranglehold on this series, simply too quick from that window perch. What a fierce response, using that toolbox perch to put the pressure right back on his opponent. Unbelievable, he wraps it up with one final lightning fast burst to take the series. He really stepped up his game to get his revenge for that loss on Redline. Just pure speed on display today. Vortex has a dominant head-to-head history, winning over 80% of their matchups. It's a bit worrying for Ignis when you look at a day where he's only managed 3 wins. He's really fighting an uphill battle against the higher ranked player here. Ignis takes a narrow 2-1 lead as we reset. The lower rated player is really putting on a show right now. He's absolutely punishing the opposition from the ramp to move into a huge advantage. Hard to believe he's the one dominating the server right now. Vortex finally answers back to bring the gap to just 1. He's definitely looking to erase that earlier 13-9 loss from their last outing. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece after that freakish play. Ignis has definitely had a rough run over the last 24 hours. Another clean victory for the favorite, extending this run to 3 straight. His recent form has been incredibly tough, having dropped 29 of his last 35 games. And Ignis answers back immediately to square things up. Pure grit from the underdog to keep this thing competitive. Ignis holds a slim 5-4 lead as we reset. Ignis is really defying the expectations today. A total stalemate now, with both players sitting at 5. A total contrast to how both players fared against Phantom earlier. Vortex is starting to pile on the pressure as he pulls a couple of rounds clear. He is clearly leaning on that massive experience advantage today. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, this is surprisingly close considering Ignis has struggled so much today. It'll be interesting to see if the top-rated player can finally pull away. Fresh start for both. Vortex claims a razor-thin lead, edging ahead 7-6. Just a brutal day so far for the underdog. Vortex is managing to push the lead forward and find some stability. It's really impressive, since he's actually at a disadvantage historically on this map. He's just refusing to let Ignis find any footing here. Unbelievable, Ignis survives by a single health point after a desperate scrap from the ramp. A massive scramble to keep himself in this game. Vortex is pulling away now, leading it 9-7. It's just a tough day at the office for the rank 27 player. Vortex maintains a slender 1-round edge at 9-8. This is quite a turnaround considering his recent results today. He's really putting on a charge now, catching Vortex right as he pushed up those ramps. A huge turnaround considering his recent 332 results today. Vortex just barely pulls ahead by a single point. He's really having to dig deep, as the ladder gap feels wide here. Vortex is just cruising now, taking that round with a quick peek from the ramp. His recent 16-12 performance today shows he's got the momentum. What a scramble! He almost goes down, but managed to clutch out that trade and keep his hopes alive. Pure resilience on display after that nail-biter. He puts the pressure on with that exchange, putting himself just a single round away from victory. A huge stay of execution from Ignis, keeping his hopes alive for now. The grit Ignis is showing is simply incredible. What a sequence! We are headed to overtime after a perfectly played final round by Ignis. Complete chaos as the pressure reaches its peak. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another easy win to keep the pressure mounting. A complete reversal from his usual fortunes against this opponent. A desperate exchange that ends in his favor, putting the pressure firmly back on the favorite. Absolute nightmare for the number 3 ranked player. A tough fight, but he manages to outlast his opponent to keep the dream alive. His composure is really starting to show now. Vortex is looking dangerous now, taking that fight while Ignis was tucked away on the red. Vortex is really asserting his rank 3 status in these closing moments. What a fierce struggle between the two on the ramp, but he manages to edge out the victory. That's an incredibly clean way to shut down the comeback. Ignis keeps his cool in a protracted exchange to bring the tally to 15-15. Total deadlock now as we push deeper into the overtime grind. Vortex takes a commanding lead as he hits 16. Vortex strikes again, moving to 17-15 in this thriller. He's really looking like the superior player in the clutch. Vortex just barely holds on to his narrow lead. Really showing that he can compete despite the rating gap. Vortex extends the gap to 18-16 with that win. He's really putting his experience to use as this game stretches on. Vortex pushes his advantage further, now sitting at 19-16. He simply refused to let the underdog sneak away in those final moments of overtime. Ignis fought a war out there today. What a fight! Welcome to Orange for this matchup. Phantom is looking strong, but we'll see if Ignis can pull off an upset today. Phantom boasts an 88% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he dominates this matchup and has Ignis staring down a massive hill to climb. We need to see if Ignis can actually sustain this early lead. He's really putting on the pressure now, moving to a commanding 3-0 start. Hard to believe, given the gap in their rankings. And he answers right back, showing plenty of grit to put a dent in that early lead. A strong start for the underdog, but the class difference usually shows up. That was a frantic scramble, but he earns the win to close the gap even further. It's a very different vibe than those blowout losses he had last week. Unreal. Phantom earns the equalizer and we are completely tied up now. He's definitely proving why he's the higher seeded player here. He is simply unstoppable right now, taking a lead for the first time in the match. He's starting to look every bit as dangerous as his ranking suggests. A complete shutout here as he continues to steamroll through this side of the map. A brutal stretch for the underdog to navigate. A wild trade of shots, but he manages to outlast the opposition to keep this roll going. Absolutely ruthless efficiency with the entries lately. He just won't stop, extending his run to 7 consecutive rounds. The experience difference is clearly showing on the screen. Another clean get for Phantom, who's now locked in with 8 straight victories. He really looks like the far more experienced player today. Phantom takes a 8-4 lead into the break. Well, things are playing out exactly how we thought they would. He is simply too strong for Ignis right now. Time for a fresh start. Talk about a slugfest. He walks away from that exchange to securing 9-4 lead. He's fully lived up to the expectations coming into this duel. He's firmly in control again, completely denying any chance for a recovery. Phantom has stayed so sharp with 24 wins today, and honestly, he's simply continuing that standard of play. Now it's just a matter of whether Ignis can claw his way back into this. Another easy get for the favorite, keeping his momentum high in this second half. What a scrap! He barely survives with a tiny sliver of health to bring the score to 11-6. That was an incredible escape by the underdog. Ignis is actually putting up a fight, trimming that lead down to just a few rounds. And he keeps the streak alive, securing his 3rd straight victory in a very clean fashion. A huge shift in confidence for someone who has been struggling today. Absolute insanity. He survives by a hair and takes a 4th straight round to close the gap to 11-9. He's just found a way to outlast him again. Another perfect round for Ignis, who looks completely fearless right now as he secures 5 straight. Unbelievable. He's completely flipped the script to tie this match up at 11 apiece. Phantom stops the momentum dead in its tracks and puts himself on the edge of victory. What a turnaround! He forces a draw, sending this entire series into overtime. A complete deadlock for these two now. He continues to fight back, taking a narrow lead in this high-pressure series. He is really refusing to let his higher-seeded opponent close this out. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking a massive step toward closing this out. Phantom is showing incredible heart, refusing to let the game slip away with another perfect kill. A complete lockdown from the favorite, neutralizing that momentum swing instantly. The mental fortitude is really on display in this deadlock. Ignis is simply refusing to break, shutting that door firmly to put himself one step away from victory. What a response to keep this match alive. Phantom stays composed to snatch another round, and he is now just one win away from the series. An absolute nail-biter as we head into the final stretch. Ignis clinches a narrow lead, pushing it to 16-15. Ignis takes a commanding 2-round cushion at 17-15. Phantom fights back to put it at 16-17. He's refusing to go down without a fight. And now we're deadlocked once again at 17 apiece. Neither side is given an inch in this clash. Phantom pulls ahead again to lead 18-17. The momentum has swung firmly back to the favorite. Ignis answers back, leaving us dead tied at 18. Absolute deadlock for these two in the longest set of the day. Phantom secures the edge and now leads 19-18. Ignis claws back to put them level at 19-19. Phantom regains the lead and now sits at 20. A huge mental test for the underdog to stay composed right now. Phantom strikes again, pushing his lead to 21. He's really showing the depth of that skill gap late in the game. Phantom really has the upper hand now at 22-19. He really had to dig deep in overtime to get this one over the line. An incredible effort from Ignis today, what a fight. Welcome to Redline. We have a great matchup today between Vortex and Phantom to see who takes the win. Phantom enters this set boasting a superior 63% all-time win rate. It's an impressive mark that pairs well with his status as the current top-rated player in our league. Now we just have to see if Vortex can put a stop to that confidence early on. A complete shutdown is simply too fast right now. Just can't find a way to stop him, picking off the opponent from the ramp for another clean win. That dominance is mirroring their last encounter on fast aim. He's just untouchable right now, moving into a commanding 5-round lead. Vortex is usually expected to take the edge in this matchup. He's just impossible to shake, securing another win from the Tetris to go 6 straight. He is playing at a completely different level today. Vortex finally answers back, digging in from the ramp to break that momentum. Exactly the kind of push we expect from a top 3 ranked player. What an escape. Phantom barely scrapes through that firefight from the ramp to extend his lead. He's certainly proving why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Phantom has really been thriving today, coming into this game with an impressive 24-4 record over the last day. It's clear he's riding a massive wave of confidence right now. He's just completely controlling the pace of this set. Vortex is definitely making things interesting now, taking the fight to Phantom and clearing him off the ramp. He's making a strong case for that 3 ranking right now. It's 9-3 in favor of Phantom. We're looking at a total mismatch here. Vortex is supposed to be the favorite, but he's just getting outclassed on every single exchange. Time for a big reset. Phantom is just running away with his 9-4 lead. It's a tough spot, especially given how often Phantom has taken these. Vortex has completely shifted the energy here, knocking Phantom right off that Tetris to keep the run going. He's just untouchable right now, securing another effortless kill from the Tetris to keep this run rolling. He's simply on fire right now, charging through with his 4th straight victory to put a real dent in that lead. He's simply refusing to let up, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. The pressure is definitely mounting for the top seed right now. Incredible. He's now tied this whole thing up, winning 6 in a row to pull even. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to extend his streak to 7. The momentum has completely flipped in a matter of minutes. Just complete collapse for the higher seeded player. It is a nightmare scenario for the top seed. He's now just 1 step away from victory, maintaining a staggering 9-round surge. The mental damage is just staggering right now. What a result. He seals the deal with a flawless final kill to complete the greatest comeback we've seen all day. He's just completely flipped the script on the top seed to claw back after being so far behind. It's just insane. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Vortex and Ignis going head to head today, with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Vortex has an overwhelming 82% win rate in their head-to-head history. And you can see that psychological edge playing a huge role right now. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can actually find some composure today. Vortex is really flexing that 2-1 lead now. He's really putting that ranking difference on display. Ignis is really struggling to find an answer here. These encounters are starting to look like a complete blowout. Absolutely effortless. He's just taking complete control of this match. Coming off a tough 233 stretch today. He's simply untouchable right now, securing another clean victory to keep the pressure high. He's really asserting that ranking difference today. Ignis finally answers back to trim the gap to 5-2. It's an uphill battle for the man sitting at 27th. Ignis has a brutal 233 record over the last day. It's clear that those losses are weighing on him as he struggles to find any consistency. He needs to find a way to stabilize before the gap becomes insurmountable. Both of them were swapping damage there, but the composure on the side of the leader secures a third straight win. He's really playing like a top 3 seed right now. Unreal. He claws his way back from the edge, scraping through with a tiny bit of health left. That was a total nail-biter of a trade. Vortex takes a commanding 9-3 lead going into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as we thought it would. The gap in their rankings is a huge factor here. Time for a total reset. Vortex is just too fast for him today, securing a quick kill from the Tetris block. Vortex is really capitalizing on his 17-12 record from today. The speed of the reaction times has been incredible. These rounds are just ending in the blink of an eye. Ignis is refusing to go down quietly, showing he can still trade blows with the top seed. He manages to edge out that scramble and is now just one step away from the finish line. That's the final blow. He closes out the series with total authority. He was just too clinical with those flick shots today, which really puts the nail in the coffin for Ignis. Welcome everyone! We've got Phantom and Ignis facing off on fast aim, and it looks like the favorite has a big lead. Phantom secures that early advantage by utilizing the height on the ramp. He's really proving why he sits at the top of the ladder. Phantom really dominates this head-to-head with 137 total wins over his opponent. It's a massive contrast to what we're seeing right now, as Ignis is desperately trying to claw back into this series. I wonder if the pressure is starting to get to the favorite. Phantom is just too quick today, and taking that a spot on the toolbox really gave him the upper hand. What a display! Both players were fighting for the ramp, but he just out-dueled his opponent to keep the streak alive. He's simply untouchable right now, punishing Ignis from the ramp to move to a 5-1 lead. Ignis finally gets around, picking the opponent right off the toolbox. The number 1 seed is definitely feeling the heat now. Ignis controls the height from the toolbox to secure another win. He's definitely shaking off those early nerves from the start. Phantom has been absolutely crushing it today with a 25-5 record in the last 24 hours. That kind of form usually means he's mentally tuned in and ready to shut things down. It'll be tough for Ignis to find a way back into this. Ignis just snatched the momentum, pulling him off that toolbox for a quick response. It's been a tough day for the 28th seed so far. Phantom holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. Well, he's putting his skill gap on full display here. He's clearly the stronger player today, and Ignis is just struggling to keep up. Let's see if the roles reverse. Phantom keeps the pressure high, picking him off the bricks to extend that lead even further. The gap in their overall map win rates is really showing here. Ignis is really putting up a fight, catching the favorite just as he tried to use the height advantage. The underdog is certainly fighting his way back into this. Unbelievable! He barely survives that chaotic scrap on the ramp with just a sliver of health left. Absolute nerves of steel to close that out with barely any health. Phantom's sitting pretty with a commanding 10-6 cushion. He's really fighting an uphill battle against the top seed. Phantom reacts quickly from the ramp to shut that momentum swing down instantly. Ignis has really struggled to find any wins today. Ignis keeps his composure and outplays him from the toolbox to secure another round. A tough afternoon for him so far, and those losses are starting to pile up. Ignis is really digging in here, outplaying a top-tier opponent from the ramp to get closer in the score. A huge play here as Phantom takes control from the ramp to reach match point. The favorite looks completely composed in this high-pressure stretch. Game over. He closes it out with an intense final exchange to seal the match. He's just on a different level today, keeping his streak of dominance over Ignis very much alive. Welcome to the arena for a duel on dunes featuring Vortex and Phantom, where the top-seeded favorite looks to dominate. Phantom really owns the lifetime head-to-head record with a 61% win rate. It's a huge mental edge to have when you're facing off against someone as skilled as Vortex. We'll see if that historical weight carries him through. Vortex is surging ahead and now holds a command lead. He's just too strong right now, raining down fire from the box to secure another round. The #1 ranked player is really feeling the pressure. Phantom quickly reacts to put him down from the box. He's showing why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Vortex is just refusing to let Phantom get any momentum back, securing another quick one from the Tetris. Really surprising to see the odds flipped so heavily today. Phantom makes a very quick adjustment here, catching Vortex right off the Tetris. His experience in these high-pressure games is starting to show. Good grief. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Vortex barely scrapes through while holding the box. A high-altitude duel for the ages, and Phantom is just a bit quicker to pull the trigger. We're seeing some incredibly fast reactions here, and Phantom is definitely starting to take control of the pace. He's absolutely on fire, picking up another one to carry a lot of heat into the break. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock. Well, Vortex is holding his own as predicted, but Phantom's map advantage hasn't given him any real breathing room yet. Both guys are trading blows perfectly. Both players get a fresh start here. Vortex looks far too comfortable right now, outdueling Phantom in another high ground battle. A really tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. Vortex is just completely in control, using that Tetris angle to keep the pressure on Phantom. The #2 seed is really capitalizing on this hot start. Phantom just completely shut that down, clearing him off the box with an incredible reaction time. Vortex just can't be shaken right now, securing another huge lead from the high ground. He's certainly not playing like an underdog today. Another high ground showdown, and Vortex is simply outplaying him for the lead right now. Phantom stays cool, cleaning him off the box to keep this fight alive. This looks like the fight we expected when the brackets were drawn. Vortex is putting himself in a great spot here, just a couple more and he secures the map. Phantom is refusing to go away, simply deleting the competition right off that box. He's really digging deep to close this gap. He secures another from the box, continuing this impressive surge. Absolute precision on that latest delivery. Unbelievable! He just wipes him off the box to bring this whole game back to a dead heat. He just can't be stopped, taking this one and moving within a single round of victory. What a turnaround, just completely shifting the energy of this duel. Vortex outshines him in a duel from the boxes to force this series into overtime. Phantom is simply refusing to crumble, catching him right off the box to move into a commanding lead. The experience difference is starting to feel real right now. These two are completely locked in, trading rounds back and forth as we head into the thick of this overtime battle. Phantom keeps fighting, refusing to back down as he manages to drop Vortex off the box. Just a ruthless display of efficiency from the favorite. Another crushing blow for Vortex, who just got plucked right off the Tetris. He's really capitalizing on the momentum now. What a scramble. Vortex barely keeps his head above water, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. Absolutely phenomenal! Phantom secures the map with a perfect final blow to end it all. He really dug in for that one. Vortex fought so hard and barely survived a couple of those scraps, but he just couldn't keep it together in the clutch. What a battle! Welcome everyone to Orange. Vortex and Ignis are ready to go, with a favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Vortex holds a dominant lead in their head-to-head history with a 168-36 advantage. It's a huge gap that practically defines this rivalry. If Ignis can actually pull off a surprise today, it would be a massive shift in their dynamics. A completely untouchable sequence as he storms to a 3-0 start. A staggering turnaround for the lower ranked player here. Vortex finally answers back, refusing to let the momentum slide entirely in the opposite direction. Ignis is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. He's really defying his rank 28 spot right now. He's showing some real grit here, walking away completely unscathed to close the gap. A nice confidence boost for the favorite right now. Vortex is sitting on an 80% win rate in his last 10 matches. Well, that recent form usually translates to total control, but it's not happening here. Ignis is playing like he's forgotten about his rough streak and is simply outplaying the veteran right now. He's continuing his climb, showing real persistence as he narrows the gap. A classic response from someone with a higher seed on the ladder. Ignis keeps the pressure high, leading 6-4. A complete shift from the 13-4 blowout we saw earlier. He stays aggressive to narrow that gap just before they head into the mid-game break. He's really clawing his way back to a tie here. We're all square at 6 each. Well, this is a surprising result given how often Vortex usually beats Ignis. The underdog is finally holding his own in this set. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis edges ahead with a tight 7-6 lead. A complete flip from that 13-4 result they had earlier today. Ignis keeps pulling away, now holding a 2-round advantage. Vortex is digging deep now, showing some impressive resolve to trim the lead. He's finally putting his highest seed to use in this fight. Absolute chaos there! He barely walks away from that exchange, but it's enough to level the score. He's really fighting for every single point in this set. Ignis clings to a narrow lead at 9-8. Just an incredible shift from the 0% run he had lately. Ignis holds a steady 2-point buffer now. A huge reversal compared to the 2:33 struggle he had earlier today. That was a flawless execution to keep the pressure on his opponent. He's definitely making things a lot more interesting for the finish. What a scramble. He barely walks away from that chaotic exchange to take a 11-9 lead. An absolute nightmare for the number 2 seed right now. A pristine shot to put him in control once again, and that puts him just 1 away from victory. He's completely dismantled the expected outcome of this duel. Vortex is refusing to go quiet, shutting down the momentum to keep this series alive. The experience of the higher seeded player is showing in the clutch. Another clean exchange for him, keeping this fight wide open as we head into the finale. A total opposite of that crushing defeat we saw earlier today. Unreal. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He just proved that the history books don't matter once the duel starts. I can't believe we just saw that happen. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Red Line. We have Phantom and Ignis facing off to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom comes out swinging, taking control of the early exchange from the boxes.
The difference in experience between these two is pretty stark.
Ignis just completely blindsided him. He didn't care that Phantom had the ramp advantage there. Unbelievable. Phantom barely hangs on with a sliver of health, securing the kill from the Tetris. Phantom is putting on a real clinic here, completely shutting down Ignis' attempt to hold the ramp.
The gap in the ladder rankings is starting to show.
He's completely taking over from the Tetris, moving his lead to 4-1.
A rough stretch for Ignis, especially after that 333 run today.
He just tore through that defense, clearing Ignis right off the Tetris to extend his lead. Hard to ignore the total domination in their head-to-head history. Wow, a chaotic exchange that nearly went both ways, but Ignis manages to clear him off the ramp. A glimpse of resistance from the underdog here. Ignis is showing some real grit, picking the opponent off the ramp to keep this push going. Phantom quickly puts an end to that mini run by securing the kill from the Tetris. His current form is frightening, netting 27 wins today. Phantom is really putting the pressure on, finding another clean win from the Tetris. The number 1 seed is just too consistent today. Unreal! He barely survives the exchange to knock Ignis off the ramp, securing a narrow victory.
The number 1 seed is showing exactly why he's at the top.
Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, the skill gap is exactly what we expected. With a nearly 90% career win rate against Ignis, the top seed is just too strong for the underdog to handle. Ignis really needs to wake up. That was a lightning fast trade on the ramp, and Phantom is just outclassing him in every single exchange right now.
His current form is reflecting that top seed status perfectly.
Phantom is in incredible shape with a 27-5 record today. It's a huge contrast to what we're seeing for Ignis in his recent matches. It'll be interesting to see if that pressure finally starts to wear him down. Simply a wall of efficiency from the top seed, putting him just a single round away from victory. He manages to secure a huge point here to keep the dream alive.
He's clearly fighting against the current right now.
What a way to close it out! Phantom secures the final kill with a perfect shot to take the victory. He's just continuing to tear through this bracket today. Poor Ignis had no answers for that level of play. Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Phantom stepping into the arena to see who can climb to 13 rounds first. Phantom currently holds a dominant historical lead with over 2500 wins in their head-to-head history. You know, he's definitely acting like the superior player today. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can shake off those recent losses and put up a fight. Vortex is really starting to push ahead now. The top-rated guy in the league needs to find a way back in. Vortex manages to pick him off the Tetris, extending his lead to 3-1. The number 1 seed is looking very vulnerable right now. Phantom answers back quickly to keep this game close. He's been on a tear today, putting up 28 wins so far. What a fight! He barely survives that scramble from the Tetris, bringing the series level. This is exactly how we expected the top seed to respond. He finds a way to pick him off the boost, securing his 3rd straight round. That's exactly what happens when you go up against the best player. Phantom picks him right off the ramp, continuing this red-hot run. The number 1 spot is feeling very comfortable right now. Phantom is just unstoppable right now, erasing his opponent from the ramp for another win. His run today is matching the pace of Havoc's high volume. Vortex secures another round by knocking him off the Tetris, showing plenty of grit. He digs deep to stay in this, narrowing the gap to just 1 round before we head into the break. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Well, he's playing the role of the underdog perfectly so far. He's coming off an incredible 28-5 run today and looks poised to close this. Let's see if Vortex can rally. He takes the fight to the platform and pulls off another one, showing some real grit in this comeback. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite. Unreal! Phantom barely survives that exchange from the box, clutching out the round with a mere sliver of health. Vortex holds the height on the box to keep this series within reach. The favorite is starting to feel the heat. Phantom manages to trade shots from the Tetris to get the upper hand once again. The higher rating is starting to prove the difference here. He manages to drag his opponent down from the Tetris as this comeback attempt keeps rolling. The momentum has completely shifted in this one. Absolute chaos in the air, but he manages to clear the box for a tie game. Hard to believe the favorite is fighting from behind like this. Phantom edges forward, reclaiming a slim lead at 10-9. He's looking sharp after that clean 13-5 win against Ignis today. He secures the equalize from the Tetris, refusing to let his opponent pull away. Neither player can seem to pull away in this deadlock. The pace of these last few rounds has been blistering. Neither one is giving an inch today. Vortex is purely relentless, securing the tie with a clean pick from the box. Neither side can find a lasting advantage in this deadlock. He simply refuses to break, picking Phantom right off the ramp to reach match point. Just completely dismantled that last play. A huge response from Phantom, shutting him down on the box to force a dead heat. A sudden shift in the energy as we hit this deadlock. Phantom is showing way too much precision right now, picking him off the box to take a lead. That's an incredible way to close out the match for the number 1 seed. He completely owns the high ground from that box to keep his streak alive. He's firmly in control, just as his head-to-head history suggests. Vortex is showing incredible heart, quickly snapping Phantom off that box to stay in the fight. A lightning-fast response to put himself in a prime position to close this out. This is exactly the composure we expect from a top-rated pro. What a finale! Phantom secures the victory and closes out the series with a huge kill from the box. He's definitely got Vortex's number today, barely escaping that chaos twice just to hold on. Such a grind of a set. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Vortex and Ignis facing off to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Vortex holds a massive 168-37 lead in their all-time head-to-head history, but Ignis is actually coming off a recent victory against him. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries over into today's series. He's just not letting up, taking a third straight round for himself. The rating gap between these two is certainly making itself felt. Simply outclassed again. He's just completely shutting down his opponent right now. He's on a roll now, managing to survive a heavy exchange to secure his 5th straight win. The skill gap is on full display here. Ignis finally draws some blood, ending that long run of losses. He's fighting an uphill battle, given where he sits on the ladder. Vortex is putting on a clinic from the top of the Tetris boxes to keep his lead firm. It's a tough day so far for the number 27 seed. Ignis was way too quick on the trigger, picking Vortex right off the vine. He's certainly playing above his usual level today. Ignis has really struggled today with a 332 record in the last 24 hours. Well, that a poor run of form explains why he looks so shaken here. The main priority for him now is just trying to find some stability to keep this from becoming a landslide. Vortex keeps the pressure on with a comfortable 7-4 lead. Vortex goes into the break with an 8-4 advantage. I mean, he's simply doing what we expected the top seed to do. The gap in rank is very obvious right now. Time to see a change in pace. Vortex is cruising along with a dominant 9-4 lead. That ranking difference is looking like a mountain for the lower seed. Ignis manages to push forward and get him out of the wine, keeping this series well within reach. He is really fighting for his life in this set. Vortex is just relentless, extending his lead to 10-5. Vortex stays firmly in control at 10-6. He has certainly struggled to keep an edge in their most recent matchups. Ignis has some real momentum right now, making it a much closer fight than anyone expected. He's certainly not letting the gap in ranking scare him today. He's completely unstoppable right now, shutting down the top seed to keep this rally going. A surprising shift in energy for the lower seed. He's truly refusing to go away, narrowing the gap to just one round. A total reversal from how we expected this to go. Vortex finds his footing again, putting a stop to that sudden run of losses. He's a massive part of the top 5 on the ladder. Ignis picks him clean off the wine, refusing to let this game slip away. He's definitely proving the pre-match expectations wrong right now. A stunning display of grit from the underdog, bringing this series all the way back to a dead heat. A lightning fast reaction to put him back in the driver's seat for match point. Absolute madness. He's forced this tie and we are headed straight into overtime. Neither one is willing to give an inch today. Ignis manages to survive that intense firefight, showing incredible resolve to maintain his lead. Absolutely staggering confidence from the lower seed right now. We are staring at a complete deadlock. It is just a coin flip now to see who claims this set. He's been having a tough run with those losses defended. Vortex manages to clear him of the wine and regains a slight lead in this overtime thriller. He's really trying to shake off that recent run of bad results. He's practically untouchable now, securing another win to put himself one step away from victory. The higher seed is finally asserting his will in the closing moments. What a response from Ignis, knocking him right off the Tetris blocks to keep the dream alive. He's really making the most of his current run of form. Unbelievable. Vortex catches him right off those Tetris blocks to close it all out. He really had to dig deep to survive that one, but the superior experience finally paid off in the end. He really put it all on the line. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on Mappas today with Phantom, taking on Ignis in this duel. Phantom enters this one as the absolute favorite on the ladder, having already secured a massive lead in their head-to-head history. It's a tough spot for Ignis, who has really struggled with his overall form over the last day. It'll be interesting to see if he can find any answer to that aggression. Ignis is pulling ahead with a surprising 2-1 lead. A rare moment of confidence for the number 27 ranked player. We are completely deadlocked now, and the pressure is really mounting for both of these guys. That's exactly what we'd expect from the top seed on the ladder. Ignis is really putting on a show here, simply refusing to back down today. That's a huge swing compared to the total blowout he suffered in their last meeting. We've got a nail biter with a free deadlock. Neither player has lookable momentum moving into this middle stretch. Ignis just reclaimed the advantage at 4-3. He's definitely feeling better than he did in that 13-5 loss. Phantom just manages to pull this one back by catching him right off those boxes. Ignis keeps a slim lead at 5-4. A total contrast to how he's played the rest of his day. Phantom claws back and we're tied up at 5-all. The top seed is starting to look comfortable again. Ignis continues his run, making the most of that height advantage on the blue. We're all square at 6 apiece moving into the break. Well, this is way tighter than it should be given the ranking gap. Ignis is playing out of his mind right now, but Phantom should still be the one to beat here. Fresh start for both. Ignis is really playing with fire right now, using that container to stay ahead in the count. And just like that, Phantom forces another stalemate at 7. It is rare to see him this pushed in a series. Phantom is really starting to separate himself, quickly shutting down Ignis while he was tucked up on the blue. The current score reflects that brutal gap in their head-to-head history. Absolutely shredding through the opposition. Now, that's 3 in a row for him. And the answer is here. He manages to disrupt that flow and bring it back to 8. He is showing a lot more grit than in his other games today. Phantom is showing exactly why he has a 63% all-time win rate. Look, his consistency is just on another level compared to the struggles Ignis has had throughout the day. It's becoming a mountain too high for the underdog to climb. That is sheer control as he moves within striking distance of victory. He is really asserting his authority as the higher seed. What a finish! Phantom closes it all out to secure the series victory. He really proved too strong in the end, keeping the streak alive and moving forward into the next one. Welcome everyone, we have Vortex and Phantom facing off on Dunes for this first to 13 match. Phantom is starting this one strong, but the real story here is the history between these two, as Phantom has a massive 61% career win rate in this matchup. You can see that dominance playing out early on. It will be interesting to see if the world #1 can maintain that pressure today. Phantom is just playing too fast right now, he looks incredibly sharp from that height. Unreal, that was an absolute brawl, and Vortex just barely scratches through to tie the series. Vortex has seized the lead, moving ahead 3-2. He's really putting that #1 ranking to the test. Phantom just completely shuts him down, erasing any hope of a momentum swing for Vortex. Vortex is really making this a tight contest, taking him right off that box. We're deadlocked at 4-all, a total stalemate. He's definitely proven why he's the top seed in the rankings. Phantom is putting on a clinic right now, using that height advantage to outpace him once again. Neither man is budging as they hit a 5-5 deadlock. He's really fighting back against the best player in the league. Vortex just edges ahead, taking a 6-5 lead. The momentum has shifted completely in favor of the #3 seed. Vortex goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Honestly, he's doing exactly what we thought he would today. He has the momentum right now, but he still needs a few more rounds to close this out. Let's see how the switch treats them. Phantom answers back, narrowing it down to a 7-6 gap. Expectations were high for this duel, and he's certainly playing to his seed. And just like that, Phantom forces a 7-7 tie. He's really putting that #1 ranking on display. He's simply too strong right now, taking control of the series with a 3rd straight win. This is a mirror of their latest meeting on Blame map. A completely clean sequence there to bring things right back to a dead heat. This is turning into a total slugfest. Phantom holds a narrow edge, leading 9-8. Phantom is playing some incredible a game today. You can see that confidence reflecting in his 35 record over the last 24 hours. He's effectively completely shut down any attempt at a comeback from Vortex. Both players are locked in a 10-10 tie. He's shaking off that loss from their previous encounter on Blame map. Phantom is really starting to tighten the noose here, putting himself just one step closer to a victory. Another effortless point for Phantom, putting him just one step away from the win. What a way to keep the dream alive. He finds the opening and preserves his narrow chance at a comeback. Vortex claims this one from the Tetris, forcing a complete deadlock at 12-all. Absolute deadlock now as we head into the final nail. This is just an absolute nail-biter. Both players are refusing to let the other pull away. The heavier favorite is starting to pull away. Phantom is really putting a stranglehold on this series as soon as it gets intense. That was an incredibly quick trade, showing just how instantaneous these duels have become. Vortex is really fighting back here. He's completely erased that early gap and found some serious footing in the overtime. He's really putting that top 3 status to good use. What a scrap! He somehow claws out a victory from that chaos to move one step closer to the finish. Seriously, shifting the energy in this server. Game over. He shuts the door on the series with an incredible display of speed. He really dug deep for this one, especially after how tough he's had it against the world #1 lately. What a fight!